Hey guys, tonight we're slipping into a story that's stranger than you expect, because in the sands of Egypt, not every queen left a legacy, and some disappeared so completely, we're still not sure they existed at all. Imagine walking through the Valley of the Queens just after sunset. The air is dry, but not yet cold. Your footsteps crunch softly along paths carved over centuries by sandaled priests and looters alike. There's a hush here, like the desert knows things it won't say aloud. Wind curls past crumbling doorways, and you pause beside a ruined column where once a royal name was etched in red ochre and gold leaf. But the name is gone now, scraped away or buried beneath the dust of dynasties. And this is only the beginning. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your time and location in the comments and tell me, would you survive in this century? Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The sand remembers more than we do. Beneath every dune, behind every cracked temple wall, lie whispers, soft, persistent, unfinished stories. Tonight you follow those stories. Not of the famous pharaohs, the Ramses and Tutankhamons, but of the queens whose faces faded from stone, whose tombs are either missing or misplaced, whose power left no lasting monument. And it starts not with a name, but with silence. You're standing at the edge of Deir el Medina, not far from the workers' village that served the royal necropolis. Behind you, a slope of cracked limestone leads toward tombs once carved for elite women, wives, daughters, sisters of the god-kings of Egypt. The Valley of the Queens, they call it now. But for many of its queens, we have only guesses. Some tombs are grand, covered in vibrant depictions of gods and resurrection. Others are simple, empty, anonymous. There's even a theory that a few weren't for queens at all, but for powerful concubines, priestesses, or daughters born under the wrong star. You can't help but wonder what makes a queen remembered and what makes one disappear. Let's drift a little deeper. During Egypt's New Kingdom, roughly 1550 to 1070, BCE, royal women reached an unprecedented level of visibility. You had great royal wives who appeared alongside kings in temple reliefs, holding ceremonial roles and occasionally wielding real political power. But it was always conditional, always tied to the whims of pharaohs and priests. Even then, most of their stories ended in silence. The queen might appear on a wall, but with no name. She might be buried, but without inscriptions. She might be mentioned in a scroll, but only in relation to her son. And if her tomb was robbed, which almost all were, her memory dissolved even faster. There's one chilling example. In the early 20th century, archaeologists discovered tomb QV66, thought to belong to Nefertari, wife of Ramses II. The paintings inside were breathtaking, full-color images of the queen walking among gods, her features delicate and preserved in astonishing detail. But there were no mummies. The tomb had been emptied centuries before. Nefertari's body has never been found. What does it mean when even your bones vanish? You move farther into the necropolis, past low doorways carved into hillsides, past caves that once sheltered grave robbers. The stars come out bright and unmoving. You imagine ancient torchlight flickering in these corridors, priests chanting spells to protect a queen's soul in the afterlife. And yet many of those queens now have no known afterlife. Even in modern excavations, archaeologists keep finding tombs with every feature of royal burial, but without names. No hieroglyphs, No funerary papyri, just empty sarcophagi offerings crumbled into dust and silence. It's like someone went out of their way to erase these women from time. Or worse, they were never recorded properly to begin with. Why, scholars argue. Was it deliberate erasure, some dynastic punishment, or political coup? Was it a cultural shift, a clerical oversight, or just bad luck? No one can say for sure. But the pattern repeats. Queens, remembered briefly, then lost. Others, whose names survive only in a line of temple graffiti or a broken seal. You find yourself leaning closer to the rock walls, peering into darkness, hoping for just one more clue, just one name. But the desert isn't in a hurry. It keeps its secrets close slow, layered like sediment, and you'll need to go deeper to find them, starting with a single unassuming tomb, one that never quite made sense. Because sometimes it's not just that a queen is forgotten, it's that someone clearly wanted her forgotten. And that, of course, raises even more questions. Some puzzles don't shout, they whisper. And the tomb you're standing before now does just that. Not grand, not dramatic, but something about its angles feels off. Almost like someone tried to hide it in plain sight. The Valley of the Queens is full of tombs, over 90 in fact, but this one tucked in a quieter wadi, far from the tourist trail, caught early archaeologists off guard. Its layout didn't match others nearby. The inscriptions, what little remained, hinted at importance. But whose importance, and why it had faded, was a mystery that's never been solved. This chamber has no name, just fragments, a partial cartouche, a chipped statue base, maybe a lotus-shaped offering table. Some scholars guessed it belonged to a royal wife, possibly of Amenhotep III. Others speculated a daughter of Thutmose IV, but none of it sticks. You descend into the chamber, ducking through a low entry carved into the rock. The air changes, still but heavy. Dust hangs in shafts of flashlight beams like ancient breath. There are paintings on the wall, just outlines really. Faded figures gesturing to Osiris and Isis. One wears a vulture headdress, a queen's symbol, but the face is gone, scraped off, or eroded. And that's when it hits you. Someone removed her identity. This wasn't time's doing alone. It was deliberate. You've probably heard of damnatio memoriae, the Roman tradition of erasing someone's name from monuments. But Egypt had its own version centuries earlier. The pharaoh Akhenaten had his name hammered off temples when he fell from favor. Hatshepsut, the powerful female pharaoh, had her images chiseled out by her stepson. So why not this queen? Some think it was political. Maybe her son died before taking the throne. Maybe she backed the wrong heir. Maybe she came from a rival lineage that later rulers wanted to forget. Or perhaps she simply wielded too much influence, and when she passed, the next regime made sure she stayed silent. Then again, it could be something else. Some Egyptologists have pointed out the strange architectural features of this tomb. A side chamber with an unusual niche, burial shafts without lids, a partially finished corridor. It's like the work stopped mid-process, as if something happened, something sudden. Was she buried in a hurry, removed and replaced, or never interred at all? Here's the oddest part, 1987. A French team uncovered a bundle of linen tucked into one of the side chambers. Inside, fragments of a woman's wig braided in royal fashion, and gold foil. Just the thinnest shimmer like from a diadem or coffin detail. But again, no name, no accompanying text. Just enough to say a queen was here, but not enough to say who. This leads to a strange kind of haunting, not ghosts. Though the valley has its fair share of whispered curses, but a haunting of absence. You can feel it in places like this, something once grand, now barely there, and no explanation why. And while Egypt is famous for what it preserves, it's these gaps that are often most compelling. Like knowing there was a sentence here once, and now you're left only with the punctuation. This tomb is known in scholarly circles as QV33, but that's just a catalog number. It's not a story, not a life. And so far, no one's been able to give it back the name it lost. There's something eerie about that. You trace a finger along a crack in the plaster, wondering if the queen ever imagined this. That centuries later, someone might wander her resting place, listening for answers she thought were already carved in stone. But the stone, it seems, changed its mind. Still, if this tomb raises more questions than answers, that's not unusual here. Because the deeper you go into Egypt's forgotten queens, the more you'll find names scratched out, switched, or swapped. And some were never written to begin with. Power isn't always loud. Sometimes it slips behind curtains, sits beside thrones, and whispers just loud enough to change the course of a kingdom, then disappears before anyone can write it down. Tonight, you're stepping quietly into the world of the mothers of pharaohs. You've probably heard the phrase, great royal wife. It sounds like a title of honor, and it was. But it was also a job description, a political strategy, and sometimes a trap. These women shaped dynasties from behind the scenes, guiding child kings, securing succession, arranging marriages, and occasionally ruling by suggestion. And yet, we've lost track of most of them. Imagine standing in a temple court columns, rising like date palms around you, the smell of incense clinging to the stone. You spot a mural, a seated pharaoh offering wine to Amun, and behind him, a queen, just behind his shoulder. Smaller in scale, but carved with care. You lean in to read her name and find it chipped away, or worse, never added. She raised the king. She taught him how to appear godlike. She made alliances behind the veil, but the record's silent. Take Queen Mutemuia, for example, mother of Amenhotep III. For years, scholars weren't even sure she existed. She rarely appeared in inscriptions. She wasn't buried in the Valley of the Queens. Her name appears only as the king's mother, in a few scattered references. But then a statue emerged, a carving from Karnak, showing her under the divine breath of Amun, suggesting gently symbolically that Amenhotep's birth was blessed. It was a subtle flex, a quiet claim that this queen wasn't just the king's mother. She was chosen by the gods, and still, we don't know where she's buried. Then there's Queen Tiye, also from the 18th dynasty. She's more visible in art, yes, and clearly influential. Letters from foreign kings address her directly. A golden shrine found in Tutankhamun's tomb bears her image, still regal in profile. But Tiye wasn't born royal. She rose from outside the main bloodline, married the king, and earned power through force of personality. That was rare and dangerous. After her death, later pharaohs may have downplayed her presence. Some suspect her tomb was disturbed early, maybe intentionally. Her mummy might be one of the anonymous elder ladies found in caches, royal, in lineage, but stripped of name tags. It's a strange pattern. The more power a queen had during life, the more likely her legacy was later edited. Historians debate the reason. Was it jealousy from later rulers? A priesthood uncomfortable with female influence? Or the plain chaos of dynastic transitions, where keeping track of one queen's lineage became inconvenient? Maybe it's all of the above. There's even a theory that some mothers of pharaohs ruled as regents in all but name, especially if their sons were children when crowned. These queens wielded seals, signed decrees, and dictated temple construction, but only temporarily. Once their sons came of age, history erased the training wheels. You pause beside another wall carving, a queen with a lioness headdress symbol of Sekhmet, goddess of wrath. She holds a sistrum, an instrument for rituals. Her face is calm, confident. But again, there's no inscription. And once more, you're left with questions. Was she a strategist behind court politics, a ceremonial figurehead, a forgotten genius? One possible answer comes from KV-35, the tomb of Amenhotep II. When it was opened, it held multiple mummies jumbled together. Among them, two women of royal blood, one elderly one, middle-aged, no names. But facial reconstruction and DNA later suggested one might be Ta, mothers of kings, discarded like footnotes. It's not that these women weren't important. It's that the rules of remembrance weren't written for them. They lived in a world where names were spells, images were anchors to the afterlife, and power was drawn not from how loudly you ruled, but how cleverly you remained indispensable. And yet so many are shadows now. You trace another faded relief and wonder what would they have said if they knew how close we came to forgetting them. And then you wonder how many others were never carved at all. Stone doesn't always hold. Sometimes the wind carves faster than a chisel, and sometimes all you're left with is the outline of a name half swallowed by time. Let's talk about Queen Khmerennebti, a woman whose name still echoes faintly across the walls of Egypt, though her voice is nearly gone. You start at Giza, not for the pyramids, though they loom nearby like ancient guardians, but for a lesser-known temple complex to the east. Here, carved into a fragment of limestone, her name once appeared beside a towering statue. Not center stage, mind you, just enough to suggest she was important. But that's about all we know for sure. Queen Khmerennebti may have been married to Pharaoh Khafra, the builder of the second largest pyramid at Giza, or perhaps to Menkaura, his successor, or maybe both, depending on which scholarly argument you favor today. Egyptologists still puzzle over this. Her name is linked to two generations of kings, and some believe she may have been both daughter and wife within the royal family, typical for dynastic marriage, but deeply confusing for modern researchers. She's what you might call a ghost anchor, a queen whose half-recorded identity connects larger royal puzzles. There's a rock-cut tomb that might be hers, or maybe her daughter's. Inscriptions suggest both were called Khmerennebti. Some think they were even buried together, and that's where things get strange. In this supposed tomb, known now as G8978, archaeologists found a statue base. It bore a set of titles: King's Daughter, King's Wife, King's Mother. A full royal resume, but no full body, no definitive name, just enough to suggest importance, too little to prove it. Even the inscriptions contradict each other. One wall lists Khmerennebti Prun as the mother of Khmerennebti II. Another lists Khmerennebti II as the wife of Menkaura, but no mention of the mother's burial, no coffin, no funerary items, just these half hints, like an unfinished jigsaw puzzle with the most important piece missing. Some believe the confusion was deliberate. It's possible that the queens shared more than names, they shared titles. Successive rulers may have inherited more than just power. They inherited legacy clutter. When multiple women hold similar titles, and when their names are reused over generations, it creates an echo chamber of identity. One early Egyptologist, Selim Hassan, wrote that the queens of this era were visible only in fragments, like stars through cloud breaks. And he wasn't wrong. You wander through what's left of the burial site. The floor is uneven. Dust clings to your boots. There are niches where statues once stood now empty. Someone cared enough to build this place, but not enough to ensure it lasted. Or maybe someone made sure it wouldn't. There's always the possibility that Khmer fell out of favor. Maybe a later queen wanted her memory minimized. Or maybe a shift in dynasty meant erasing loose ends. Egypt's Old Kingdom, despite its architectural grandeur, had its share of quiet coups and restructured royal narratives. You kneel beside a faded cartouche. The name inside is broken. You can make out the signs for beloved of, but who was beloved, and by whom, that part's gone. Even the statues attributed to her are incomplete. A famous limestone head displayed in Cairo's museum is said to be hers, but it has no inscription, just serene eyes, a soft smile, and the weight of centuries. And here's the curious twist. Despite her near erasure, Khmer has become central in debates about royal succession. She's the queen everyone points to when arguing who built what, who ruled, when who gave birth to whom. It's as if her partial presence makes her indispensable. Her silence ironically speaks volumes. You step back from the wall and let your eyes adjust to the dim light. Somewhere a bat chirps softly in the upper shadows. You picture the queen walking here once beneath scaffolding and paint directing artisans with a nod. She must have expected to be remembered. She was the wife of kings, the mother of a ruler, possibly even the inspiration for a statue that once stood proud in a public square. But now, a name in a crack, a legacy in dispute. And yet, you remember her. For a moment, that might be enough. Sometimes history leaves behind a throne, but no footprints. And nowhere is that more haunting than with the mysterious queen who ruled alone and left no tomb. Her name was Sobek Neferu. It sounds like a spell, doesn't it? The kind of name you whisper through temple halls, half expecting the columns to answer. She ruled around 1800 BCE, at the tail end of Egypt's 12th dynasty. And here's the first twist. She wasn't just queen consort or mother of a pharaoh. She was pharaoh, the first woman to take the full royal titulary. And then she vanished. You're now drifting down the Nile past fertile fields and ruined pylons through a time when Egypt was fractured and fragile. The great pyramid builders were long gone, and future conquerors hadn't arrived yet. The country teetered between glory and chaos, and in stepped Sobek Neferu. She took the name of the crocodile god Sobek, a symbol of strength and fertility. It was a bold move. Sobek was a masculine deity, fierce and unpredictable. By tying herself to his image, she wasn't just styling herself a ruler, she was daring the gods to argue. And for nearly 4 years, no one did. She appears in temple inscriptions wearing the royal beard and headdress. Her throne name, Neferusabek, translates roughly to the beauty of Sobek is perfect. She even had statues made in masculine style, possibly to align with tradition, though most are now headless, or footless, or frustratingly missing every part that might help confirm her identity. Then after those 4 short years, silence. No tomb, no confirmed mummy, no grand mortuary temple, just administrative papyri that list her reign and then switch abruptly to a new dynasty as if someone slammed the scroll shut and opened a fresh one. You begin to suspect this wasn't a normal transition. One theory suggests she died suddenly, perhaps from illness, perhaps assassination. Another claims her tomb was begun, but never finished. And then there's the tantalizing possibility that her burial exists, but has yet to be found hidden beneath the sands or misidentified. Historians argue still. Some believe she was buried near her father, Amenemhat III, perhaps in the same mortuary complex at Hawara. Others point to a ruined pyramid nearby, stripped of inscriptions that may once have borne her cartouche. But if that's the case, why no records? Why no wall paintings? No Shabti figurines? No funerary texts with her name? The answer might be more unsettling erasure. Sobekneferu was an anomaly. She came to power when her brother died without a male heir. Egypt's elite probably saw her reign as a temporary patch, not a new precedent. The later rulers, especially those in the male-dominated 13th dynasty, may have chosen to quietly forget her. Or worse, they feared her. A woman who ruled with both male and female titles, who aligned with a crocodile god, who stepped into a power vacuum and held it with authority. That's not just unusual. That's threatening. So they scrubbed her name from temple walls. They reassigned her statues. They repurposed her monuments. And they buried her memory in the one place that's hardest to search administrative indifference. But some traces refuse to fade completely. In the Berlin Museum, there's a headless granite statue inscribed with her throne name. It's the first hard proof we had of her actual existence. And on a Middle Kingdom papyrus, she appears briefly, her regnal years counted with precision, as if someone somewhere wanted to make sure she wasn't lost entirely. You imagine her now walking through a palace garden, robes trailing through lotus blossoms, already aware that she might not be remembered. Already planning to leave a mark anyway. And in a way, she did. Sobekneferu became a blueprint quietly, secretly for later female rulers. Hatshepsut likely knew her name. So did Cleopatra. Even in her obscurity, she opened a door that others later walked through. So maybe it's fitting that we haven't found her tomb. Maybe she still haunts the riverbanks waiting for someone to finish the story she started. Or maybe she doesn't need us to. Names have power. In ancient Egypt, they were more than identity. They were spells, protective charms, invitations to eternity. So why did some royal women collect 5 different names, only to disappear? Anyway, you're flipping through a list of queens. Well, what survives of one? For some, the titles read like poetry. She who embraces Horus beloved, of Ra, mother of the 2 lands. Others are more practical, wife of the king mistress of the south, she who bore the air. And then there are the names themselves, so many names. One queen might be listed under her birth name, her throne name, her ritual name, a temple nickname, and one given posthumously. Each served a purpose. One for the gods, one for the people, one for the scribes, one for the priests, and one for eternity. A protective layering like linen wrappings around a mummy. But in many cases, all 5 names survive in fragments. Or worse, the titles exist, but we can't agree which queen they belong to. It's like trying to reassemble a torn letter when half the ink has faded and the rest was written in code. Take the case of Queen Amosa Nefertari, a powerful matriarch during the start of the 18th dynasty. She had nearly a dozen known titles and at least 3 variant names used in different cities. She was daughter of a king, wife of a king, and mother of a king, basically the Egyptian holy trinity of power. She was even deified after death, worshipped. Her statues placed in tombs centuries later as tokens of protection. And yet, her actual burial has never been confirmed. Now imagine how much harder it is for queens who didn't leave statues behind. Many royal women adopted names that were phonetically similar: Nefertari, Nefertiti, Nefru, Neferusobek, and over time their identities blurred. Scribes made errors. Priests reassigned offerings. Later dynasties rewrote records. And it gets trickier. Some women changed names mid-life. If their husband died and they served as regent, they might adopt masculine titles. If they became priestesses, their divine names replaced their royal ones. If they fell from favor, their names might be changed by others or erased altogether. You begin to see why things are so tangled. The Egyptian belief in the Ren, the true name, meant that losing it was worse than death. Without your name, your soul couldn't be called, couldn't receive offerings, couldn't live again. So queens layered names for protection. But those layers didn't always work. You glance at a piece of papyrus in a museum case. The ink is smudged. The name listed is the Great One of the House. That could be any number of queens. Without context, it's like trying to identify someone from just their job title. Even tomb reliefs fail us. There's a burial in Saqqara with a well-preserved image of a queen standing beside Horus, her hand raised in blessing. But her cartouche left blank. Maybe it was meant to be filled in later. Maybe the stoneworker didn't know which name to use. Or maybe she died before the rituals were complete. Either way, her spell was unfinished. Historians debate whether the five-name custom was a privilege or a risk. Some say it was a mark of favor, proof of importance. Others argue it diluted identity, making queens easier to misplace in the record. After all, which version of the name do you remember? You step back, letting your eyes adjust to the golden light flickering across reconstructed temple scenes. Each name you see is like a breadcrumb, and each one leads into fog. And yet, some of those names still echo. Not because they were preserved perfectly, but because someone kept searching for them. Someone whispered them again. Someone dug through lists, pieced together letters, and quietly said, "She was here." Maybe that's what keeps them alive. Even the queens with too many names and too few memories. History's loudest changes often start with whispers in silk. A glance, a letter, a soft voice in the wrong ear at the right time. And in one of Egypt's most mysterious royal intrigues, a forgotten queen may have whispered a king to death. Welcome to the harem conspiracy. It's the 12th century BCE. Pharaoh Ramesses III sits on the throne, aging paranoid and surrounded by layers of court drama, magical rituals, and enough internal politics to make even seasoned scribes sweat. He had many wives, many sons, and more than one queen dreaming of something bigger. The queen at the heart of this conspiracy, Tiye, not the famous one from earlier dynasties, but a lesser wife of Ramesses III. Her son, Pentaweret, wasn't the crown prince, but with the right maneuvering, that could change. Or so she thought. Tiye wasn't a major figure in official inscriptions. She doesn't show up in temple reliefs beside the king. But scrolls discovered in the 19th century, specifically the judicial papyrus of Turin, reveal her name and her crime: high treason. Along with her son and several accomplices, she plotted to assassinate the pharaoh. And the method, a blend of court intrigue and sorcery. Yes, sorcery. The records speak of magic wax figures, incantations, potions slipped through the palace walls, whispered curses carried in scraps of linen. Tiye allegedly recruited servants and royal scribes, bribed palace guards, and even swayed musicians to her cause. It was an inside job, coordinated from the harem, the private quarters of the palace. Historians still argue whether the term harem is a mistranslation, but the idea holds a secluded world of royal women, eunuchs, servants, and secret power plays. And it worked, partly. Ramesses III was attacked. CT scans of his mummy show a deep cut across his throat so severe that his head was nearly severed. For years, this detail was missed until modern scans revealed what ancient scribes had covered up with gauze and resin. But the conspirators failed to seize power. They were caught, judged, some executed, others forced to commit suicide. Pentaweret, the queen's son, was made to hang himself. His body was found decades later, twisted in agony, unmummified, dumped in a plain coffin. T's fate never confirmed. She disappears from the record entirely after the trial. No tomb, no inscriptions, no known remains. Her name, once whispered, was buried under ash and shame. But here's the twist. Some historians believe the conspiracy might have run deeper. That Tia wasn't the mastermind, but a scapegoat. That palace officials framed her to distract from more systemic cracks in the kingdom. The 20th dynasty was already crumbling. Priests gaining power, economy, faltering invasions, brewing. What if Tia saw the writing on the wall and tried to seize power, not for greed, but survival? Others argue she was merely a minor wife, used by more ambitious officials who hoped to replace the royal line with someone more pliable. Her connection to magic may have been exaggerated or invented to justify the harsh punishments. Even the trial itself feels strange. According to the scrolls, the judges handpicked by the court were given gifts to ensure justice. Several scribes involved in the plot were sentenced to having their noses and ears cut off, a bizarre punishment suggesting the importance of silencing and surveillance. And yet, TA's name still lingers. Not on monuments, not in temples, but in the margins of scrolls, in the footnotes of courtroom transcripts, in the whispers of historians trying to fill in the blanks. You imagine her now seated in a perfume chamber, henna-stained fingers thumbing a sealed letter, weighing the odds. A mother, a rival, a magician, or all three. Her silence today is louder than any verdict, because whether she tried to steal the throne or tried to save her son, she almost changed history. Almost. A name can vanish, but what about a body? You step quietly into a dim museum gallery where glass cases reflect your shadow, and a still hush settles over bones older than empires. And at the far end, lying perfectly still, beneath low lighting, is a mummy. Female, small frame, arms crossed, wrapped with precision, but no name. They call her simply the Unknown Woman B. That's not her title, of course. That's her label in storage. She's one of the royal cache mummies found in the Deir el-Bahari tomb, DB 320, a mass burial of kings, queens, and others moved there for safekeeping from tomb robbers. She's different, though. Her arms are folded in the royal pose, right over left, something typically reserved for pharaohs. Her coffin was unfinished, her face twisted, her body unwrapped and rewrapped in haste. And worst of all, no inscriptions. Not even a scarab. Experts spent years debating her identity. Some believed she was a servant mistakenly placed among royals. Others insisted she was a noblewoman whose tomb was robbed before completion. But none of those theories explained her posture or the unorthodox mummification. Then came the CT scans. Beneath the bandages, trauma. Her heart was missing, not in the spiritual sense, but physically absent along with other organs in odd arrangements. Her mouth open in what one researcher described as a silent scream. Her body had been embalmed without the standard care. It looked like a burial in panic. Could she have been buried alive? No, that theory was largely dismissed, but it captured the public imagination. Instead, the new theory, this was someone important, perhaps hastily embalmed due to foul play or political danger. A royal woman caught in the upheaval of the 20th dynasty. Some began whispering a name, Queen T, the same TA from the harem conspiracy. Could this be her? Probably not. The age and lineage don't quite match, but the question stirred renewed attention to the women in Egypt's royal shadows, those who shaped history and were then erased from it. So they looked closer. DNA studies in 2010 offered new possibilities. The so-called unknown woman B shares genetic traits with the 18th dynasty royal line. Some now think she could be the mother of Tutankhamun, perhaps Kia, a lesser wife of Akhenaten. Others suggest Meritaten or Bekhetaten daughters of that tangled court. But without inscriptions, everything is guesswork. She lies there still in her glass case, neither queen nor commoner, honored and forgotten in equal measure, her face frozen in mystery, her story sealed beneath layers of linen resin and royal scandal. What makes it worse is how close we are. We have the tools now. CT scans, DNA, facial reconstruction, but we don't have her name. And in Egypt, your name is your soul. Without it, you can't live again, can't cross to the field of reeds, can't be remembered. So her soul lingers restless. You move closer, peering through the case. Her fingernails are still faintly visible. There's a strand of hair near her temple. The silence feels charged like an answer just out of reach. Was she a mother of kings? A victim of treason? A ruler's final mistake? We'll likely never know. But someone once mourned her. Someone risked burial among pharaohs. Someone folded her arms in the royal way, hoping it would be enough. Maybe that was love. Maybe it was politics. Either way, she waits, wrapped silent and staring straight back across time. Buried once is tradition. Buried twice is a riddle. Tonight, you're stepping into one of Egypt's quietest scandals, when a queen was interred, exhumed, and hidden again. And no one knows why. Her name. We're not certain. That's part of the problem. She's often referred to simply as the twice-buried lady. Not because it's catchy, but because no other name survives. The story starts in the Valley of the Queens, where a simple tomb, modest, undecorated, yielded a sealed sarcophagus in the 1890s. Inside a woman, mid-30s, carefully mummified, wrapped with the dignity given to royal wives. Her linens bore faint traces of inked hieroglyphs, most too worn to read. One fragment suggested a royal title, another a name, but it was smudged and incomplete. Still, the placement and craftsmanship suggested nobility, possibly a great royal wife, possibly someone who ruled beside or just behind a king whose reign faded fast. Then the mystery deepened. Years later, during restoration work at a nearby royal cache, archaeologists uncovered a second sarcophagus. This one, too, contained a woman. Same approximate age. Similar facial structure. Identical embalming techniques. And in her wrappings, nearly matching linen ink strokes, except the name had been overwritten. Same woman couldn't be, but the resemblance was uncanny. Then came the carbon dating. Tests showed both mummies originated from the same narrow span of the late New Kingdom, possibly the late 19th dynasty. And both had been embalmed with rare imported resins, reserved only for queens or female pharaohs. One theory burst to the surface: the woman had been buried, her tomb violated or deemed politically dangerous, and then reburied under a different name in a different place. Her second burial, researchers noted, lacked the same ceremony. No amulets, no funeral papyri, no procession markers, just the body, wrapped again, hidden more deeply. But why some suggest her son failed to hold the throne and she was posthumously dishonored. Others think she became entangled in the priesthood's rise. Remember, this was a time when the high priests of Amun wielded more power than the crown itself. Being tied to the wrong faction could doom your memory. Or she was part of a failed coup, and her enemies tried to erase her legacy only for loyalists to save her body and re-enter her elsewhere quietly, defiantly. There's even a more personal theory that she died unexpectedly in a remote location, was buried temporarily by necessity, then moved to her proper resting place, later when her family could afford it. Except the second tomb is plainer, less prestigious, almost like a downgrade. You walk through the restored hallway where the second burial was found, its walls rough, unfinished, undecorated. No signs of ritual preparation, just stone, bare, honest stone. And at the far end, a small niche where the sarcophagus once lay. She was meant to be hidden. It feels like stepping into a secret someone never meant you to find. The mummy, whichever version you choose, is now held in a museum vault, not displayed, not studied, not even catalogued under a clear name. Scholars argue endlessly whether she's Queen Tawosret, the last ruler of the 19th dynasty, or someone else entirely. But none can explain the second burial. Why rebury a queen in silence? It leaves you imagining that second funeral. Fewer mourners, no music, a dusty sunrise, no priests. Just a handful of loyal hands placing her body in stone, sealing the door, and vowing not to speak of it again. Except history never stays quiet. And now, centuries later, here you are peering into two tombs, trying to make one woman whole again. Maybe you'll succeed. Maybe not. But you won't forget her. And that, perhaps, is its own form of resurrection. Some tombs speak in colors. Others shout with gold. But the ones that say nothing at all, those are the loudest of all. You're standing at the mouth of a tomb in the Valley of the Queens, one that lay sealed for over 3,000 years. And when archaeologists finally opened it, they found something chilling. No name, no titles, not a single inscription. Just empty rooms, sealed tight, untouched by looters, filled with silence. It doesn't make sense. In ancient Egypt, every tomb, even a poor man's grave, had some sort of marking. A name painted in red ink, a sketch of a protective god, a few lines from the Book of the Dead. It was like spiritual paperwork. You needed it to get into the afterlife. But this tomb had nothing. And yet it wasn't built in haste. It was crafted with care. Smooth corridors, expertly carved niches, and burial shafts positioned exactly where royal tombs should have them. There were signs of intended decoration, traces of pigment areas prepped for wall reliefs, but no scenes were ever finished. Like a book abandoned before the first sentence. Inside the chambers, archaeologists found canopic jars used to store organs for mummification. But their lids were plain. The sarcophagus sealed, heavy, but blank. When they opened it, they found a female mummy, beautifully wrapped in layers of linen, her hands crossed in the royal pose. But again, no name, no amulets, no jewelry, just linen resin and silence. Scholars were baffled. Who would bury someone with this level of effort and yet erase every trace of her identity? Some think it was unfinished, that the queen died suddenly, and artisans hadn't yet completed her tomb. Maybe the scribes never got around to the final inscriptions. Maybe the stoneworkers were pulled away by war or political crisis. But that theory doesn't explain what was there: royal level materials, expensive oils, fine linen. Someone invested in this burial. It just wasn't finished. Others argue the opposite, that the tomb was finished, but the inscriptions were deliberately removed. In ancient Egypt, to erase a name was to condemn a soul. It was a form of damnation, the ultimate punishment. Maybe this queen was on the wrong side of a palace coup. Maybe she was seen as a traitor, or her children lost a succession battle and her memory was wiped clean. A few even wonder if the tomb was meant to hide her. Think about it: in times of instability, some royal women became political liabilities. If you couldn't exile a queen, maybe you buried her memory. Quietly, gently, thoroughly. There's another theory, more romantic, more haunting, that this tomb was prepared by someone who loved her but had no permission to claim her publicly. A political affair, a secret wife, a rival to the official queen, someone too dangerous to name but too beloved to discard. So he built her a tomb, lavish but anonymous, safe but silent. And now she lies there, unclaimed, unseen, officially no one. And yet, the archaeologists who opened the tomb said it felt different. One described a charged stillness, like the room was waiting. Another said it was the quietest place he'd ever entered. Not peaceful, expectant. Even now, her body remains in storage, studied but unsolved. CT scans show careful embalming. Her teeth suggest nobility, well-fed, good health, minimal labor. Her feet had been oiled. Her nails were trimmed. But the mystery is in what's missing. You close your eyes and picture the scene: a flicker of torchlight, the scent of myrrh and crushed lilies. A final blessing whispered by a priest who dared not speak her name aloud. A stone door sealed without a title. The desert covers the tomb again. The wind returns. And the queen, whoever she was, fades into a silence so deep it rings in your ears. No name, no epitaph. But still, she's remembered by you. You don't believe in curses? Not really. But after enough coincidences stack themselves into a pyramid, you start to wonder, what if forgetting these queens isn't the only danger? What if remembering them is? Let's talk about the strange, uncomfortable pattern surrounding the tombs of royal women. Bad luck, accidents, disappearances, and more than a few deaths. Egyptologists usually roll their eyes at talk of curses, but even they have to admit that some stories just feel off. It starts subtly. In the early 20th century, a team excavating a previously unopened tomb, believed to belong to a royal wife, found it mysteriously flooded one morning. No rain had fallen, no structural collapse, just water pooled around a sealed sarcophagus. A month later, the team leader tripped, fell into a shaft, and broke both legs. Weeks after that, the tomb's primary guardian developed a rare infection and died suddenly. The rest of the team grew nervous. Not because of curses, of course. Just uncomfortable. That tomb has never been fully excavated. Budget cuts, political interruptions, excuses. But some whisper that something in it didn't want to be disturbed. Then there's the case of Tomb QV60, possibly belonging to Nebetawi, daughter of Ramses II. Excavators entered, documented the artwork, and packed up the finds. On the return trip down the narrow wadi, a rock slide nearly crushed the lead team. Later, a fire destroyed parts of their archive. Coincidence, probably, but that word starts to lose its shine after a dozen more stories just like it. There's the archaeologist who spent decades cataloging queens' tombs, only to be struck by lightning on a clear day. The museum curator who mislabeled a mummy and died in a car crash 2 weeks later. The student researcher who lost her voice after publishing a theory about the queen with no name. All real people, all with stories that are both explainable and just eerie enough to give you pause. Even ancient Egyptians believed that royal women possessed unique spiritual power. They weren't just consorts, they were priestesses, sometimes even living embodiments of goddesses. If a queen had unfinished business, if her name was forgotten, her tomb desecrated her memory, erased it was believed her spirit might linger. The concept was known as Akash, the affective spirit, a soul that could interact with the living world, help the faithful, or punish the disrespectful. Some archaeologists took precautions. Before entering tombs, they'd pour out libations, recite protective spells, leave small offerings, a date, a bit of incense, even a whispered apology. Not because they feared ghosts, they said, just to be polite. One modern Egyptologist once said, "You can excavate a pharaoh's tomb and feel nothing. But enter the tomb of a forgotten queen. The air presses against you like someone watching. You step into one such chamber now deep in the cliffs, barely lit. Dust swirls in the beam of your flashlight. A faint breeze brushes past your ear. The air is dry, but your skin feels cold. On the wall, a faint carving, a woman's figure arms, raised face, chipped away. And a sense deep in your chest that she's still listening. The rational part of you scoffs. The lights flicker because of faulty wiring. Accidents happen. People die. That's life and death. But part of you wonders, is it wrong to dig up these stories? Or is it worse to leave them buried? Because maybe these queens aren't haunting us in anger. Maybe they just want to be seen again. Titles are easy to give, harder to live up to, and nearly impossible to interpret 3,000 years later. You're holding a faded piece of stone carved with flowing hieroglyphs, Great One of the Harem of Amun. It sounds impressive, regal, commanding, but what did it actually mean? Tonight you explore one of ancient Egypt's strangest mysteries, royal women with grand ceremonial titles, yet no clear duties, no recorded actions, and in some cases, no proven existence. Let's start with the title, God's Wife of Amun. At certain points in Egypt's history, this role came with land power influence, even a personal temple. But in other eras, it seems to have been purely symbolic, like a spiritual mascot for the state religion. Some women held this title from birth. Others acquired it through marriage. Some even inherited it like property. But the rituals, the responsibilities. Historians still debate what they were supposed to do. One queen was titled Great One of the Royal Chamber who sees Horus and Set. That sounds thrilling, maybe even mystical, but we don't know what it involved. Was it religious, political, a reference to royal ceremonies, or just poetic fluff? Another title reads, She Who Pacifies the Two Lands. That could imply diplomacy, maternal wisdom, or maybe just a clever metaphor for childbirth. The problem is these titles were carved in temples, echoed in tombs, and sung in rituals, but almost never explained. And many of these women, despite their powerful labels, leave behind almost no trace. No letters, no documented decisions, no statues, just phrases like beloved of the two ladies, she who is in the heart of the king and mistress of all women. It's like finding resumes without job descriptions. Then there's the case of Queen Isetnofret, wife of Rameses X. She appears in several reliefs, usually standing slightly behind Nefertari, the king's better-known wife. Isetnofret held the title, Hereditary Princess Great, of praises, sweet of love. Beautiful words, poetic, and also opaque. What did she do? Was she politically active? Did she govern a province? Was she purely ceremonial? There are no records of her speaking in court, signing decrees, or founding temples. But she must have had influence. Her son Meremptah became pharaoh after Ramses II. Still, her tomb not identified. Her mummy missing. Some scholars believe these titles were honorific inflation, ceremonial padding used to elevate a queen's status without giving her actual power. The Egyptian court, much like modern bureaucracies, loved its titles. The longer and more elaborate, the better. But others argue that these queens did have real influence, just not the kind historians can easily measure. They may have controlled court appointments, advised the king in private, or managed temple networks behind the scenes. After all, in a world where power often flowed through whispers, subtlety might have been the point. And then there's the awkward truth. Most of what we know about queens comes from what men decided to write down. And men, especially royal scribes, weren't always interested in recording daily governance by women. So we're left with silhouettes of power. You walk past a reconstructed frieze. A queen stands tall, crowned with feathers, hand raised in a gesture of offering. At her feet, a caption, "Mistress of the two lands, she who commands in silence." And maybe that's the key. Maybe these titles weren't about function, but perception. A queen wasn't necessarily active in war or politics, but her very presence reinforced cosmic order. Ma'at, balance. Maybe the title "She Who Sees Horus" meant she bore witness to royal divinity. Maybe "Sweet of Love" wasn't romance, it was fertility or national harmony. Or both, or neither. You let the idea settle that a queen's power might not have been visible, even in her own time. That silence can be strength. That absence isn't always weakness. And that commands in silence might be the most honest title of all. Some queens ruled palaces, others ruled borders. And then there were the phantom queens of Nubia women, who flicker into the records of ancient Egypt like shadows on the edge of torchlight. You see them for a moment, then they're gone. You're drifting now toward the southern frontier, where the Nile narrows and the sands glow red beneath the setting sun. This is Nubia, Egypt's vital neighbor, trade partner, rival, and sometimes dynasty maker. For centuries, Egypt and Nubia had a complicated relationship. Egypt mined Nubian gold, borrowed Nubian archers, and absorbed Nubian gods. And yet, the women of Nubia, especially those who married or ruled within Egyptian territory, were rarely remembered with the care given to their northern sisters. In some cases, they weren't remembered at all. Take Queen Tiberi. She's mentioned in a handful of inscriptions from the 25th dynasty, when Nubian kings ruled all of Egypt. Her titles: king's wife, king's daughter, mistress of the two lands. Her role mysterious. Some believe she helped solidify the Nubian claim to Egypt by marrying into the royal line. Others argue she was the mother of a future pharaoh. But then poof, no tomb, no sarcophagus. Her name barely survives in a stela that was itself reused in a later construction project. It's like she existed only to smooth a political merger, and once her role was fulfilled, she was erased. And she's not alone. There's Queen Kalhata, likely the wife of King Shabaka, or Shabataka. Her name appears in a royal genealogy once, and then she vanishes. No temple statues, no wall paintings, just a whisper in the stone. Why, part of it may be cultural blending. Nubian queens followed different customs, less focused on tomb inscriptions, more on oral memory and symbolism. When their influence reached Egypt, The scribes may have omitted their names deliberately, or simply didn't understand how to record them. But another reason might be political unease. Egyptian nationalism, especially under later dynasties, didn't look kindly on foreign rule. Even when Nubian kings were great builders and patrons of temples, their queens were often painted out of the picture literally. In fact, many temples built during the 25th dynasty show male rulers in traditional Egyptian style, while the women are missing, simplified, or replaced entirely by goddesses. You wander into a sandstone temple in Karnak. Here, a block bearing faint carvings was recently restored. The figure looks like a queen, broad collar, vulture, headdress, arms outstretched. But the name has been scratched out. The hieroglyphs above read only "She who is with the king." It could be anyone, or someone very specific. What we do know is this: some of these Nubian queens held immense power. They were priestesses of Amun. They may have ruled in Thebes when their husbands campaigned in the north. They may have overseen trade and diplomacy with sub-Saharan regions. One queen, possibly Kalhata, was buried in a pyramid in El Kuru, the Nubian royal necropolis. Her burial goods suggest wealth, refinement, and a connection to both Egyptian and Nubian traditions. But again, her name is debated, her identity tangled. And even today, archaeologists working in Sudan uncover fragments of inscriptions, jewelry, and statuary that suggest queens with names we've never heard before. Names not on any Egyptian list. It's like finding echoes without voices. You look south now, toward the ancient kingdom of Kush, a land where women could rule in their own right, where queens called Candaces led armies and signed treaties. Their names were known, their power respected. But once those traditions met Egypt's rigid scribal system, much was lost in translation, sometimes literally. So now we're left chasing phantoms. Queens whose bloodlines united kingdoms, whose hands touch both Nubian gold and Egyptian papyrus. Women who ruled from shadows, cast by male-dominated monuments. And yet here you are, remembering them anyway. The record may be broken, but the story still flickering. Some stories end with a scroll. Others begin with a streaming platform. Because even after 3,000 years, Egypt's forgotten queens haven't truly disappeared. They've just been recast, reimagined, and sometimes wildly misunderstood. From Cleopatra, costumes at Halloween, to entire Netflix series built on half-truths, the ancient world keeps finding new ways to haunt pop culture. And it's not always flattering. You're flipping through modern books, movies, museum guides. There she is again, the Queen of the Nile. Dramatic eyeliner, golden collars, a cobra on her brow. Usually it's Cleopatra, sometimes Nefertiti, occasionally Hatshepsut, but rarely anyone else. The same three names over and over. Meanwhile, the dozens, maybe hundreds of royal women who shaped dynasties, brokered peace, birthed rulers, or seized power in quiet corners of history, left out, reduced to background figures, or forgotten entirely. Why? Because mystery sells, and so does simplicity. Take Cleopatra. Modern depictions paint her as a seductress, a tragic lover, or a political genius depending on the decade. Rarely all three. And never with much room left for anyone who came before her. But Cleopatra was the end of a very long line of royal women, and even she likely drew inspiration from those earlier erased queens, the ones whose tombs you've been wandering through tonight. Yet modern media has a short memory. In one 2020 series, a composite queen is shown as both priestess and assassin, dancing with serpents while wielding political power. Visually striking, sure, but historically incoherent. The name they gave her, totally invented. Still, something strange happens. These imagined characters, these modern myths bring curiosity. Viewers go looking for the real stories. They start asking questions. Who was Sobekneferu? What happened to Queen Tiye? Why did ancient queens have 5 names and no tombs? So maybe it's a trade-off. Fiction distorts, but it also invites. Even when the portrayals are inaccurate, Cleopatra with a British accent, or Nefertiti as a fashion icon, they keep the conversation alive. And sometimes, fiction is the only way forgotten figures get airtime. But there's another trend: rising scholars, artists, and creators digging deeper. Documentaries that ask hard questions. Novels that resurrect lesser-known queens. Video games that feature priestesses as playable characters. And yes, even bedtime history channels that walk you through a tomb with no name. Some museums now create digital reconstructions of royal women. Not just queens like Hatshepsut, but mysterious figures like Unknown Woman B. With facial reconstruction software, we're seeing their possible features for the first time in millennia. Not as idealized goddesses, but as human beings. And artists are listening too. In modern Nubia, local painters reimagine the phantom queens as vibrant, commanding figures draped in blue standing at the edge of the Nile. In Cairo's galleries, sculptures of royal women now stand alone without needing a king beside them. Even the names long ignored are coming back. On social media history, enthusiasts share posts about Queen Ashotep, about the 2 Cameroneptes, about the queen who was buried twice. A meme one day becomes a documentary the next. It's a strange form of resurrection. The ancients believed you lived as long as your name was spoken. Maybe not how they expected, but in hashtags art, in quiet videos made for falling asleep, these forgotten queens are speaking again. And maybe this time we'll listen longer. So as you scroll past another Cleopatra headline, or see a new series promising ancient drama and royal secrets, remember, beneath the eyeliner and gold beneath the myths and makeup, there's a missing name. And it might be one you just met for the first time tonight. You're near the end now, not just of a story, but of something older, an entire procession of forgotten footsteps through sand and stone, whispered names that refuse to vanish completely. And so the final question lingers like dust in a sealed tomb. Will we ever know their names? You stand in the middle of a modern lab, watching machines that can scan bones and whisper secrets to researchers in soft beeps and digital renderings. This isn't a temple. There's no incense, just humming servers and glass cases. And yet, it may be the only place left where memory can be restored. Technology has changed everything. DNA mapping has already linked royal mummies to one another, proving bloodlines that ancient scribes never mentioned. Facial reconstruction tools have given us images of queens whose names are still debated. CT scans reveal wounds, diseases, embalming styles, all the details that paint a life in absence of words. But even so, the gaps remain. There are still dozens of female mummies lying in museum basements with no confirmed identities. There are sarcophagi without cartouches, tombs with perfect architecture, but not one line of writing. And yet, the clues are coming together. New digs in places once overlooked, like the southern necropolis at Abydos or the cliffs of El Kuru, are turning up inscriptions that don't match known lists. Jewelry engraved with names no scribe ever recorded. Seals that belong to women who weren't supposed to have power, and yet clearly did. And artificial intelligence is being used now too. Algorithms scan fragments of text and suggest possible reconstructions. Forgotten titles are remapped. Lost hieroglyphs, once too damaged to read, are digitally enhanced and compared to others. Sometimes a fragment in Berlin matches one in Cairo, and a ghost gets her name back. Still, for every success, there's uncertainty. Even the most advanced tools can't rewrite records that were never written, can't interpret silence left deliberately, can't unerase something purposefully hidden. So maybe we won't ever know all their names. But maybe that was never the point. Maybe the act of searching, of remembering, of reimagining, of whispering their titles into new stories is what they needed all along. Because you've met them now. You've walked through their valleys, stood before their erased statues, held their forgotten titles in your mind. You've seen the queen buried twice, heard the silence of the unfinished tomb, stared into the face of a mummy with no inscription, and something has changed. Not in history, in you. Because remembering isn't about solving every mystery. Sometimes it's about holding space for the unknown, about saying you mattered even when no one left a note behind. So the next time someone asks you about queens of Egypt, you won't just say Cleopatra. You might say, there was a woman who ruled beside a crocodile god. Or, one queen was buried twice, and still no one knows why. Or some names were written 5 times and still lost. Or even I heard a story once, and I never forgot her. And maybe that's all they ever wanted. Imagine a world where every scent had a purpose and every purpose came with power. Not the kind wielded by swords or armies, but by oils, balms, and fragrances ground by hand under the desert sun. In ancient Egypt, beauty wasn't skin deep. It was a language, a ritual, a statement of your place in the universe. You didn't just wear perfume to smell nice. You wore it to signal who you were, who you obeyed, and who might tremble in your presence. The sands around the Nile knew this well. They carried whispers of rose oil offerings, of resin-soaked bandages of queens whose presence arrived before they even entered the room. Power in Egypt could be tasted on the wind if you knew how to read it. You arrive in the middle of a royal procession, not by foot, but by scent. Before you ever see the queen, you smell her. The air grows richer, headier, layered with something floral and sharp. Myrrh, frankincense, maybe a trace of blue lotus. These are not just perfumes. They're royal declarations drifting into the nostrils of everyone lucky or unlucky enough to be nearby. In ancient Egypt, scent wasn't an accessory. It was authority. High priests burned fragrant resins during ceremonies, not just to honor the gods, but to separate themselves from ordinary mortals. Pharaohs dabbed oils on their necks before audiences not for pleasure, but to mark themselves as divine. Even messengers carried scent cones to deliver not only news, but olfactory proof that they belonged to the palace. We tend to think of perfume today as something intimate, an invisible signature. But in this world, it was armor. If you smelled like heaven, you were untouchable. The better your scent, the higher your station. And no one smelled better than the pharaoh. At temples, scent was also part of the architecture of control. Incense wafted from censers in precise amounts timed to the steps of a ritual. Priests believed that certain combinations could open the senses to receive divine messages. Some even swore that the gods only descended when they could recognize a fragrance and that offering the wrong one might anger the heavens. Try putting that in a resume. It gets stranger. Some perfumes were used exclusively in negotiations. Certain resins were so expensive, imported from Nubia, Arabia, or even India, that offering a few drops was like sliding a chest of gold across the table. There are stories, half lost in temple walls, of perfumed letters sent between queens of oils, passed between kingdoms, soaked into linen and sealed with beeswax. And Cleopatra. She didn't just know how to wear perfume, she weaponized it. Pliny the Elder tells us she had sails soaked in rose essence so thick that her ship smelled like a garden from a mile away. It wasn't just romance, it was intimidation. By the time you saw Cleopatra, your brain had already surrendered. Your senses had knelt. But the use of scent wasn't just top down. Street vendors in Memphis sold diluted versions of royal fragrances repackaged for common use. Women tucked small alabaster vials into their belts. Soldiers rubbed cedar oil on their arms before heading into the sun. The poor used whatever they could get: lemon balm, crushed mint, maybe pine sap from a tree nearby. It wasn't about luxury, it was about transformation. One peculiar twist: some temples trained perfume scribe specialists who recorded fragrance formulas like sacred hymns. These recipes were locked away, hidden in scrolls, sometimes even entombed with their creators. Because perfume, they believed, wasn't just chemistry, it was divination. A recipe could control mood, health, even fate. And yet not everything is preserved. Historians still argue whether certain legendary formulas, like the Kefi of Edfu, were real or symbolic. Kefi was said to be a 16-ingredient nighttime blend, burned at twilight to help both gods and mortals sleep. But what exactly went into it? Some say honey raisins and wine. Others whisper opium. And some believe we'll never know. The formulas were deliberately made complex, layered not just in scent, but in secrecy. It's easy to imagine an elite perfumer at work, hunched over a granite slab, grinding bark oils dripping from gold-flecked bowls. But some formulas were meant to disappear. Literally. A type of scented ink was used for secret prayers meant to fade, as if the gods would remember, even if no human eye could read the words. The politics of scent didn't stop at the palace door. Criminals were marked by absence, banned from using oils, their punishment as olfactory as it was legal. To smell like nothing was to be nothing. Which makes you wonder, in a land where the afterlife was everything, what scent did they think the gods preferred? You followed that trail of perfume through palace halls, but now your feet stop at something far more solid and stranger: a wig. Or rather, a tower of hair that doesn't belong to anyone currently living. In ancient Egypt, real power could be measured in inches, and not of gold or stone, but of hair. Picture this: you're standing behind a noblewoman preparing for a festival. She sits on a low stool while two attendants hover around her. One holds a mirror of polished copper. The other balances a crescent-shaped wig made from imported human hair, carefully darkened with indigo dye, then polished with animal fat to give it that telltale sheen. It's 3 feet tall, sculpted like a crown, and probably cost more than a small house. And no, it's not just for beauty. It's for broadcasting class status and reach. Quite literally, some of these wigs made wearers taller by half a head. You're not just taller than your peers. You're rising above them spiritually and socially. Egyptian wigs came in countless styles. Tightly braided ones meant you were refined. Looser curls said you were flirtatious. Horizontal layers, fashion forward. But all of them served the same purpose: to transform. To become something more symbolic than just a person. The more elaborate your wig, the more you became an idea, an icon. Of course, hair wasn't always available. Natural locks were shaved off regularly, especially in the heat or for ritual cleanliness. So wigs weren't vanity, often they were necessity. The elite kept several, and even had wooden stands to display them like sacred relics. A guest might walk into a lady's chamber and see not jewelry, but rows of hairpieces, each one tied to a memory, a mood, or a moment. Men too wore wigs. Priests had shorter, boxier versions, easier to maintain. Officials wore tight, neat braids to signal discipline. And pharaohs, they had their own design, the Nemes headdress, stylized to resemble hair, though often worn over shaved scalps. It was less about realism, more about symbolism. If a wig looked too natural, it defeated the purpose. The goal was to be more than human, something idealized. But not all wigs were made equal. The best ones came from abroad. Hair was imported from Syria and Nubia, chosen for texture or rarity. This made international diplomacy weirdly personal. A Nubian envoy might unknowingly contribute to the queen's next gala look. Historians still argue about just how widespread wig use was. Some point to clay models found in tombs, little figurines with removable wigs. Others note the sheer number of combs and beeswax polish containers buried with nobles. But the debate continues. Were wigs a daily essential or just ceremonial splendor? Here's where things get sneakily intimate. Some wigs were perfumed. The strands were soaked in scented oils, then combed repeatedly, so the fragrance would linger for days. Imagine passing someone in the courtyard and catching not just a whiff of perfume, but of pine honey or cinnamon laced into their hair. That scent said, "I have time. I have servants. I am not rushing anywhere." There's also a strange footnote in the records, a story of a young servant who mistakenly delivered the wrong wig to a queen, one intended for mourning, not celebration. According to temple gossip, which may or may not be true, the queen wore it anyway, causing a diplomatic ripple because black wigs were symbols of loss. The visiting ambassador left early, claiming a bad omen. All from a hairstyle. Then, of course, there's the funerary aspect. Wigs were sometimes buried with their owners, sealed in carved boxes, with combs oils and even tiny flasks of dye. The idea that the dead would need to look perfect in the afterlife. After all, eternity is a long time to go without a touch-up. Even gods weren't exempt from the wig obsession. Many divine statues wore removable hairpieces. Priests would change these wigs as part of daily temple rituals, brushing and oiling them as if the statue were a living being. The implication was clear. Gods needed grooming. Divine power had to be maintained, and that meant a full head of sacred perfumed hair. And in the end, maybe that's the strangest part. In a world obsessed with permanence, monuments, tombs, names carved in stone, the Egyptians poured staggering amounts of time into something that could blow away with the wind. A symbol of status that could unravel with a sneeze. But that's the magic, isn't it? Wigs in ancient Egypt weren't just accessories. They were illusions made solid. They let you slip into someone else's skin, someone richer, purer, holier. Hair became hope. You've seen the wigs coiled, towering, oiled to a godly gloss. But now come closer. Look into the eyes. Not the gaze itself, but what rims it, thick strokes of black coal flicking upward like a silent exclamation. Beneath that, a reddish stain on fingertips, subtle but unmistakable. Henna. Together, these pigments didn't just decorate the body, they defended it, blessed it, disguised it, and sometimes they healed it, Makeup in ancient Egypt was as complex as any political alliance. It wasn't just vanity, it was science magic and medicine smeared across the skin. Start with kohl. You've probably seen its signature look bold black lines around the eyes like eternal eyeliner. It was made by grinding galena, a lead-based mineral, into a fine powder, then mixing it with fat or oil. Applied with a stick or fingertip, it created that famous Egyptian almond shape around the eye. But it wasn't just for show. Kohl, oddly enough, had antibacterial properties. Historians have puzzled over this. How did they know? Some argue it was divine intuition. Others say it came from trial and error. In any case, Egyptian texts describe how kohl protected eyes from sun glare, dust, and even infections. Soldiers wore it in the desert not to look fierce, but to see clearly. It was beauty as battlefield tech. The magical angle, even stranger. Kohl was believed to ward off the evil eye. A thick line across the lid was like armor. It formed a literal boundary between your soul and whatever invisible force might try to leak in. Some wore it daily, others during rituals. There are even prayers written to the god Horus, asking for the black circle that hides me from harm. Henna, meanwhile, was the art of slow transformation. You didn't just slap it on. You waited hours sometimes for the dye to soak into nails, palms, and feet. Brides painted their hands days before weddings. Dancers inked secret symbols into their souls. High-status women turned their fingertips a deep orange-brown, a quiet signal that they had both time and servants to prepare such a luxury. But henna wasn't just ceremonial, it was cooling. Applied to the skin, it acted like natural AC, lowering body temperature during brutal summer months. A smart and stylish solution. Curiously, some temples forbade henna inside sacred chambers. It's unclear why. Was it considered impure? Or maybe too powerful, too bound to mortal emotion? Historians still argue whether henna was ever used by priests in funerary rites, or if it remained strictly domestic, a thing of weddings and perfume, not death and gods. And there's more in the ancient palettes. Red ochre, made from iron oxide, was used as blush and lip color. It was applied with reeds, sometimes mixed with animal fat. A flush of it across the cheeks was a sign of life, fertility, and warmth. Queens favored a dark terracotta tint, while younger women chose softer hues. Men wore it too, especially when hosting guests or appearing before superiors. To be pale was to look sick. To be ruddy was to be powerful. There's a strange passage in an old letter. A nobleman chastises his wife for not wearing enough rouge when greeting an envoy. "You looked like a corpse," he writes, "and he thought us in mourning." Whether that's true or just marital sarcasm is unclear, but the expectation stands. Color meant vitality, and vitality meant control. But cosmetics weren't limited to the living. Embalmers painted the faces of the dead to look idealized, young, unblemished, divine. Kohl outlined closed lids. Henna dyed brittle nails. Red pigment filled lips that would never speak again. It wasn't about deception. It was preparation. The body had to enter the next world looking better than it ever had in this one. And here's a curious twist: makeup kits were passed down like family heirlooms. Cases carved from ivory or ebony contained pigments, mirrors, and brushes, and were sometimes buried with their owners. The implication? You'd need your eyeliner in the afterlife just as much as now. Even weirder, some cosmetics were kept in statue form. A little figurine might be shaped like a servant girl kneeling, and inside a small reservoir for lip color. Beauty and worship became one and the same. You could pray to a god while smearing pigment across your face. There are entire walls in Theban tombs showing beauty rituals. Women bent over pots of color, attendants grinding minerals beside water jars. One scene even shows a man applying kohl while looking at his reflection in a shallow dish, a clear sign that this wasn't gendered. It was universal. Of course, not all formulas were equal. The wealthy had access to better minerals, imported dyes, and purer oils. The poor made do with local clays, crushed berries, or ash. One recipe describes burning almonds to create soot for eye paint. Another warns that too much coal makes the vision lazy. Yet people still used it, daily, sometimes obsessively. In the end, it's hard to separate medicine from magic here. Was coal protective because it blocked infection, or because it trapped evil? Was henna cooling because of its chemistry, or because it carried the goddess Hathor's blessing? Maybe both. Maybe neither. Maybe, as always in Egypt, the point wasn't to explain, but to perform. To do the ritual. To become something more than flesh. So the next time you see that winged eyeliner, remember it started here in the desert, where beauty met belief, and both wore a little too much mascara. Let's step away from pigments and powders now, and kneel beside something far more personal, a small golden box, just barely large enough to fit in your palm. Open it carefully, and inside glinting like treasure nail tools. Tiny files, delicate tweezers, a curved blade for trimming, and each one fit for a god. Ancient Egyptian manicure sets weren't just grooming kits. They were statements of class, of cleanliness, and of divine entitlement. Imagine this: you're an attendant to a queen. Every morning, your first task isn't dressing her. It's polishing her fingertips. Not with color that came later, but with care. You gently clean beneath each nail, buff the surface with a fine cloth soaked in scented oil, and smooth the edges using a crescent-shaped copper file, all under the gaze of a woman who might command armies or at least outlive 3 husbands. In Egypt, nails mattered. Long, clean nails were a marker of leisure. If your hands were soft and unblemished, you clearly weren't working the fields or stirring clay. You had people for that. And if you had people to clean your hands, well, you probably had people to do just about anything. That's why pharaohs and nobles carried personal grooming kits, some made of ivory, others of ebony, and the most extravagant of gold. These weren't tucked away in bathrooms. They were proudly displayed on dressing tables like royal seals. One set found in the tomb of a high-ranking official included not only nail files and tweezers, but a tiny spoon, likely used to mix ointments or scoop scented powders. Another included what may have been a cuticle pusher, though historians still debate the term. Was it cosmetic or ritual or both? There's a delightful ambiguity here. Historians still argue whether these sets were primarily for hygiene, for ritual purification, or simply as luxury objects. One theory suggests they were also status markers. At feasts, a noble might subtly show off their set mid-meal, dabbing their fingers clean with perfumed cloth, and then reapplying oil, all while everyone else just watched. Even more curious, some of these sets were dedicated offerings, placed in temples, not tombs, as if the gods themselves needed a good manicure before receiving prayers. Or maybe the message was more symbolic. I offer you my finest things, even the ones that touch my body. But nail care wasn't just for show. Ancient Egyptian texts link certain oils and ointments to protection spiritually and physically. One scroll describes a blend of frankincense and date oil used specifically for fingers, believed to seal the touch. In other words, a sacred polish, so that anything you touched after would be purified. Meanwhile, some servants and lower-class artisans painted their nails red using crushed ochre, not for beauty, but as a ward against curses. Red, after all, was the color of blood, of vitality. To paint your nails was to declare yourself alive and protected. And yes, men partook too, priests especially. Before temple ceremonies, they'd cleanse their hands and nails using specific oils, sometimes while reciting hymns. One record even lists a nail servant of the temple as an official title, an individual whose entire job was tending to the extremities of sacred figures, both human and divine. There's something intimate about that, isn't there? Power expressed not just in war or ceremony, but in fingertips. One tomb mural even shows a manicurist at work, hunched over a noblewoman's hands, tools laid out on a cloth. And above them, a hieroglyphic note translating roughly to, "She is pleased." No cuts today. Perhaps even 3,000 years ago, the customer was not always patient. Let's not forget the materials used. Gold wasn't just decorative. It was believed to have purifying properties. A golden file didn't just clean your nails, it cleansed your aura. Or so the theory went. And obsidian blades so sharp, they rival modern surgical steel, were sometimes used for trimming. Sleek, dark, and nearly indestructible, they weren't just tools. They were tiny weapons in the war against imperfection. Then there were scented hand balms. Recipes included honey myrrh, sesame oil, and crushed lotus. Some were reserved for royalty. Others were mass-produced in workshops and sold in the market stalls of Thebes. One surviving label simply reads, "For softness and grace." And finally, there's the nail in the sarcophagus, so to speak, the burial kits. Some tombs contained fully stocked grooming boxes beside the body, as if the dead might need to tidy up before meeting Osiris. Or perhaps it was for show to remind the gods just how pampered this soul had once been. Either way, it leaves an impression, not just of painted nails and golden tools, but of a civilization that understood the subtle power of presentation, of what it meant to arrive even at death looking immaculate. In ancient Egypt, a well-kept nail wasn't just elegance, it was evidence that you had lived above the dust and the soil, that your hands had not labored but commanded, that you were in every sense of the word touched by the divine. Step into the tomb. But don't look at the sarcophagus just yet. Let your eyes drift to the small stone jars nearby the alabaster, the ceramic, the ones sealed tight with resin. These weren't just decorations or grave filler. They were treasure, and they smelled like eternity. The ancient Egyptians believed that if the gods judged your soul worthy, you'd live forever in the field of reeds. But living forever didn't mean looking or smelling like a corpse. So they packed the tombs with something as sacred as the body itself, perfume. Not just any oils either. These were burial blends, carefully chosen, ritually prepared, often wrapped in linen and tucked in next to the deceased as part of the embalming ritual. Frankincense, myrrh, labdanum, and sometimes mysterious substances we still haven't identified, their aromas long faded, but their names lingering in half-legible script. The most sacred of these, perhaps kefi, the same perfume burned at night in temples, now repurposed to help the soul drift across the boundary of life and death. Recipes for kaifi appear on temple walls carved like hymns, and yet no two are quite the same. One mix includes raisins, honey wine, and cinnamon. Another suggests juniper berries and lotus resin. Still others add ingredients so obscure that scholars continue to argue, are they symbolic Are they real? Or are they both? Regardless, the point was clear. The dead should arrive fragrant. One ancient embalming manual? Yes, they had manuals describes the sweetening of the limbs as a crucial step, not just to mask decay, but to restore divinity. A rotting body was vulnerable. A perfumed one was blessed. And it wasn't only about oils. Bandages were sometimes soaked in scented balms before being wrapped around the corpse. This wasn't standard practice for everyone, just the elite. The more expensive the fragrance, the more protected the soul. Or perhaps the more impressed the gods. You might think that perfume in death would be symbolic only. But residue tests on mummies have proven otherwise. Scientists have found traces of cedarwood animal fats and botanical resins still lingering beneath the wrappings thousands of years later. In one queen's tomb, a sealed vial of unguent was opened in the modern era and still carried a detectable scent. Imagine that a whisper of perfume traveling across 30 centuries. Even stranger scent was sometimes used as a marker of identity in death. Certain oils were reserved for priests, others for royalty. A pharaoh might be buried with jars labeled divine essence of Ra, while a noble woman's perfumes might include beloved of Hathor. Each name was a signal, a resume of smell. But there's a more mystical layer too. Some believed that the dead retained their senses in the afterlife, especially smell. That they could enjoy their own perfumes, recognize loved ones by scent, even follow trails of incense to find their way through the underworld. In this context, perfume wasn't passive, it was a guide. And so we find tomb murals of offering tables stacked with oils. We read spells invoking the sweet winds of the West. We see funerary texts that promise the deceased will not stink, a promise as poetic as it is practical. There's one eerie tale of a priest who claimed to dream of a dead relative, complaining that the fragrant jars had been stolen from her tomb. He returned, found them missing, and had the thieves punished. Whether true or not, the story reinforces the belief scent mattered even in silence. A less remembered detail. Perfumes were sometimes weaponized in the afterlife. Certain curses invoked rotting smells as punishments. One tomb inscription reads, "May your nose fail you, and may every breath be bitter." That's not just colorful language, it's olfactory revenge. Even the gods had favorite scents. Hathor loved blue lotus. Ra favored frankincense. Anubis was offered cedarwood during embalming rites. Matching the right perfume to the right deity was part ritual, part etiquette. Offer the wrong scent. You might insult a god, or worse, attract the wrong one. Some embalmers wore scented cones on their heads while they worked perfume-soaked wax that melted slowly over hours, releasing fragrance as they wrapped the dead. A final sensory offering for both the workers and the body they tended. And what about those sealed jars with untranslatable labels? Some are simply marked with a hieroglyph for pleasure or song. Others hint at poetry kiss of the sunset breath of the fields, memory of joy. These were perfumes made not to describe, but to evoke. A smell as a story, a jar as a portal. So next time you picture an Egyptian tomb, don't just imagine dust and gold. Picture warmth, resin, burnt honey, oils warming slowly in the stone coolness, even as the sarcophagus sleeps. In this civilization, to die was not to disappear. It was to journey. And every traveler knows if you want to be remembered, pack something that smells incredible. Earlier, you traced the shape of a perfumed tomb, heavy with sacred oils. Now step back into the world of the living, but not just any living. These are the chosen few who walk between realms. Priests, priestesses, queens, and their hair. It isn't just styled, it's sanctified. In ancient Egypt, hair wasn't just personal, it was cosmic, a bridge between body and divinity. And certain styles weren't worn for beauty, but for gods alone. You notice it first on the statues' slender figures, with side locks curled just so, falling neatly against the cheek. That's the side lock of youth, a signature of the child god Horus. Young boys, especially those born into priestly families, wore this lock during early years. But once a ritual was completed, coming of age or divine service, the lock would be shaved off in ceremony. It was a transition not just in age, but in spiritual duty. Now turn to the goddess statues. Hathor often wears her hair in thick, curled tresses, symbolizing fertility music and joy. To emulate her style was to take on her traits at least for the length of the ritual. And indeed, women chosen to play the role of goddess in temple ceremonies had their hair arranged exactly so, sometimes with gold wire woven in to catch candlelight. Perhaps the most iconic sacred hairstyle, though, belonged to the priests of Osiris. These men often shaved their heads entirely, leaving only a symbolic patch, sometimes even false hair, hidden beneath ceremonial headdresses. The idea they were reborn each day free of decay. Hair in that context was both a temptation and a tether to the mortal world. Historians still debate the extent to which divine hairstyles were restricted. Some suggest that ordinary people could mimic them during festivals, especially for public reenactments of myths. Others argue that doing so outside ritual settings was considered blasphemous, like impersonating royalty. There's a tantalizing inscription from a lesser-known temple that reads, "Her braids were coiled in the pattern of Nephthys, and the gods knew her scent." Was this poetic flourish, or a literal record of someone styling their hair to commune with the divine hair, was also used in offerings? Locks were sometimes clipped and placed beside statues as part of healing prayers. One scroll describes a mother cutting her daughter's braid and wrapping it with linen soaked in lotus oil and offering for protection. The implication: that hair carried essence even after being severed, that it could still speak. This idea extended to mummification. In high-status burials, wigs styled in divine patterns were placed atop the deceased not merely for aesthetics, but to signal their transformation. A man might be buried with Hathor's curls, or Osiris's crown, not to confuse identity, but to borrow it, to wear the gods like armor. And let's not forget the symbolic power of braiding. Some ritual braids followed specific numerical patterns: 3 strands for Osiris, 5 for Thoth. These weren't fashion statements, they were invocations, a kind of woven prayer. One surviving recipe found scratched into a piece of pottery describes an oil for braiding under Ra's gaze made of date pulp myrrh and something translated loosely as desert bloom. The exact plant still unknown, but the phrase lingers like a perfume half remembered. Even color had meaning. Black hair was prized, but dyed variations carried coded messages. Blue-black indicated divine association. Red tints were often linked to the gods Set feared, but sometimes invoked during protective rites. Golden dust, when sprinkled through the curls, represented solar blessings. Not just glitter, but theology. There's even evidence that temples employed hairdressers to the statue's priests, whose sole role was to style oil and arrange the wigs of gods. One temple ledger records a priest receiving extra rations for successfully restoring a cracked curl on a statue of Bastet. You can almost picture it, a high priest muttering a hymn, carefully recoiling hair made of human strands and beeswax, while the cat goddess looks on in eternal judgment. This blending of devotion and grooming extended into household shrines. Small family altars sometimes included wigs or braids placed beside incense burners. Were they offerings, symbols, or simply the sacred, maid, domestic one? Peculiar tale tells of a young temple apprentice who accidentally singed the sacred hair on a statue during a fire ritual. Instead of punishment, he was assigned a new role. He became the keeper of the curl tasked with maintaining the hair of all idols in the temple. His name, according to the record, was never inscribed, but his job description survived. In Egypt, where names mattered less than roles, maybe that's fitting. The hair itself, the curl, the braid, the divine arrangement was more important than the hand that made it. And so, in these rituals, we see something profound, that beauty when worn properly was not ego, but reverence. Each braid, a hymn. Each curl, a memory. Each sacred hairstyle, a whisper from the gods themselves. From the curls of gods and braids of prayer, your path now leads to something far more curious, more scented, and more slippery. Step into the chamber of a banquet, where guests laugh softly under oil lamps and everyone's head appears to be melting. Yes, you're seeing it correctly. Balanced atop wigs or shaven scalps are perfectly shaped cones, pale waxy domes perched like soft pyramids. They shimmer. They drip. They smell like paradise. Welcome to the world of Egyptian deodorant cones. These curious little sculptures, often shown in tomb paintings and festival scenes, weren't just artistic flourishes. They were real wearable items, conical hunks of scented fat, or beeswax, often infused with myrrh, lotus oil, or cardamom. And as the evening wore on, they slowly melted in the heat, releasing their perfume down the wearer's hairneck and shoulders. Imagine attending a formal dinner, knowing your hairstyle would become progressively more fragrant and more glazed by the hour. That's not just grooming. That's theatrical hygiene. But don't be fooled. This wasn't clumsiness. This was deliberate luxury. Only those who had time, wealth, and servants could afford the indulgence of controlled self-melting. You didn't just smell good. You turned it into a slow, aromatic performance. Historians once debated whether these cones were symbolic or literal. For years, the cones only existed in artwork. No physical example had ever been found. Were they real? Were they imagined? Or were they metaphors? Then in 2019, archaeologists in Amarna unearthed 2 actual cone remnants, fragile, faintly scented, and unmistakably shaped. The debate, at least on that front, ended. They were real. They were worn, and likely far messier than the tomb paintings suggested. So who wore them? The short answer: not everyone. These cones were reserved for rituals, festivals, or elite gatherings. Women are most often depicted wearing them, but men appear too, especially singers, dancers, and temple performers. Wearing a cone could signify joy blessing or readiness to please the gods. It marked you as part of the ritual, not just an observer. There's something delightfully absurd about them. The idea of carefully arranging your hair only to place a waxy blob on top and let it melt slowly while pretending nothing unusual is happening. And yet, in Egyptian culture, scent was power. The cone wasn't a fashion mistake. It was an olfactory crown. Some cones contained ingredients believed to aid fertility, ward off evil, or awaken delight. Others were tailored for funerals, spiked with calming herbs like chamomile or juniper, perhaps to ease grief. So even at a burial, someone might stand beside the dead, quietly melting, offering scent instead of speech. One scroll mentions a cone of welcome given to honored guests as they entered a banquet. It would be placed on their head with a brief invocation, something like, "May joy melt over you." Imagine that. Perfume as both a blessing and a punchline. There are practical elements too. In crowded halls where incense burned and food sizzled, the cone acted like a personal air freshener for the person wearing it and for those nearby. It softened the noise, sweetened the atmosphere, and marked your body as a living altar. Interestingly, some tombs show these cones in scenes of the afterlife, not as fashion, but as identity markers. A woman arrives in paradise, still crowned with her scented cone. It suggests continuity, what you wore in joy you wear forever. And let's not forget the craftsmanship. Cones were sometimes stamped with symbols or wrapped in thin cloth to delay the melt. Wealthy households might even keep cone makers on staff experts in balancing aroma melt speed and symbolic meaning. One record from a merchant's ledger mentions 12 cones of delight for Hathor's feast, 2 with rose, 1 with cinnamon. It reads more like a perfume order than a grocery list. Were there cone accidents? Almost certainly. Imagine the horror of a too early melt, or a poorly balanced cone sliding sideways mid-dance. No records remain of such disasters, but you can't help but picture it, an elegant priestess suddenly glossy with lotus goo, maintaining regal composure as it drips into her collarbone. Still, the symbolism stuck. Cones were more than novelty. They were transformation, melting away stress, purifying the skin surrounding the body with a holy fog. They turned the person into an incense burner, a vessel of fragrance and ritual. In a way, it's the perfect metaphor for Egypt itself, something solid slowly releasing something invisible, something that lingers longer than the shape it came from. So next time you light a candle or spritz a little perfume, remember, once not long ago, a cone melted on a shaven head in a room full of laughter, prayer, and warm evening air. And someone nearby leaned in and whispered, "You smell like a god." You've seen perfume melt down the heads of dancers and queens. But what if I told you warriors wore makeup too? Now the scent fades, the music quiets, and we shift to a dustier place, an outpost perhaps near Egypt's eastern frontier. The sun is vicious, the sand unrelenting. You'd expect helmets and shields. Instead, a soldier pauses beside a shallow basin. He dips a finger into a pot of black paste, then smears it neatly beneath his eye. Yes, coal. Again. But not for beauty this time. For battle. While it might seem strange to modern eyes, evidence suggests that ancient Egyptian soldiers, particularly archers and charioteers, regularly applied eye paint before going to war. It wasn't vanity. It was strategy. First, the obvious coal-reduced glare. The same way modern athletes wear black strips under their eyes, ancient warriors used dark pigment to cut the blinding sun off desert sand. And with the accuracy expected of an Egyptian archer, some records claim a well-trained soldier could hit a moving target at 50 meters. You couldn't afford even a flicker of distraction. But the reasons don't stop with light. The Egyptians believed that eyes were one of the body's most vulnerable entry points, not just for disease, but for spirits' envy and chaos. Lining them with coal, especially in times of danger, was considered protective. Some even whispered that the makeup helped warriors see the unseen, allowing them to anticipate danger or spot betrayal. Whether superstition or battle tactic, the logic ran deep. A papyrus fragment from the Middle Kingdom contains an unusual blessing, presumably spoken by a priest to a departing battalion. May your eyes be darkened, that you may see truth, and blind your enemies with Ra's fire. A curious blend of poetry magic and tactical advice. Historians still argue how widespread this practice was. Tomb art rarely shows makeup on warriors, perhaps because the scenes focus on idealized victory rather than preparation. But archaeological finds coal pots in military encampments, pigment residues on weapons, even styluses tucked into leather armor suggest that the battlefield wasn't devoid of cosmetics. It simply wielded them differently. And there's another angle, quite literally, intimidation. Black-lined eyes, especially on men already dressed in ornate armor and adorned with amulets, could create a fearsome appearance. Some believe this effect was intentional. Imagine staring down a charioteer whose gaze is as black and cold as obsidian. You'd hesitate, and in battle, hesitation kills. One stela found in Abydos even shows a warrior offering his coal pot to the war goddess Sekhmet, whose lion-headed form grins above the text, she, whose eyes devour the wicked. Did the soldier believe she'd guide his hand, or simply honor his attempt to look like her? Then there are the funerary aspects. Mummified soldiers were often buried with their coal kits alongside weapons, amulets, and sandals. The idea being in the afterlife, you fight anew. And you'll want to look sharp. There's a quirky side to all this too. Some records from later periods suggest that military commanders enforced grooming standards. Coal was to be worn in symmetry, and one official letter reprimands a soldier whose lines were smudged and thus unworthy of victory. Apparently, battlefield fashion faux pas were a thing. And remember, Egyptian soldiers weren't only native-born. Mercenaries from Nubia, Libya, and other lands often served in Pharaoh's forces. Each brought their own rituals and styles. Some may have viewed eye paint as exotic, others as essential. The fusion of cultures on the battlefield was more than strategic. It was cosmetic. Then, of course, there's the symbolic layer. The Eye of Horus, ever present in Egyptian culture, wasn't just a logo. It was a promise. Warriors sometimes painted their lids to resemble the stylized eye invoking divine protection. One scarab seal bears the phrase, "Let my gaze strike like Horus." Even off the battlefield, warriors often kept their makeup ritual. Homecoming ceremonies, public parades, these were moments to be seen, to arrive not just as survivors, but as heroes. And nothing framed a triumphant face quite like dark-lined eyes beneath a golden headdress. Some scholars go further, speculating that kohl signified readiness, that a man with unpainted eyes was off-duty, relaxed mortal. But once the kohl was applied, he became something else. A soldier, a symbol, a threat. There's a moment recorded in the tale of Sinuhe, a courtier turned desert wanderer. When he finally returns to Egypt, the pharaoh greets him with gifts, robes, rings, and a fresh coal pot. The message is clear: you're home now. But your eyes still belong to the fight. In the end, war in ancient Egypt wasn't just a matter of bronze and chariots. It was theater, magic, and performance. To face death with lined eyes wasn't vanity, it was ritual. So if you ever find yourself squinting into sunlight, thinking you see a figure on the horizon, silent, painted, half-shadowed in the heat, it might not be a mirage. It might be someone ready for battle, and ready to look good doing it. You've seen warriors darken their eyes for battle, but now let the air sweeten. Step softly onto a ship's deck, where every plank gleams with oil, and each gust of wind carries a trail of roses. You're not just sailing anywhere. You're arriving with Cleopatra, and your ship smells like seduction. It wasn't just poetry or propaganda. Cleopatra, 7th, the last active ruler of the Ptolemaic dynasty, understood that power wasn't always brandished. Sometimes it drifted in like scent. And in her case, it arrived before she even stepped ashore. Accounts from Roman historians describe Cleopatra's flagship as a vessel of enchantment. Sails soaked in rosewater decks, rubbed with cinnamon oil ropes, perfumed with musk and myrrh. Pliny the Elder wrote that her ship could be smelled from hundreds of feet away, some say miles depending on the wind. Was he exaggerating? Almost certainly. But the truth lingers fragrant and bold. Cleopatra weaponized aroma. This wasn't luxury. It was strategy. Imagine being a diplomat or a rival awaiting her arrival. The harbor quiet. The air shifts. Suddenly, you smell roses. Then something deeper, warmer. You look to the horizon. There she is. By the time her sandals touch the dock, your senses are already surrendered. In Egypt, Cleopatra was considered both mortal and divine. She styled herself as Isis incarnate, and scent helped reinforce that illusion. Fragrance had long been associated with gods. To smell heavenly was to imply sacred favor. She didn't have to claim she was a goddess. She just had to walk by and let the scent speak for her. Historians still debate how much of this was fact and how much fantasy. Roman writers, particularly those aligned with Octavian, later Augustus, loved painting Cleopatra as dangerously theatrical. But even propaganda reveals its own truths. If she wasn't perfuming her sails, why did so many enemies talk about it? One fascinating layer here is the cultural blending. As a Ptolemaic queen, Cleopatra was ethnically Macedonian Greek, but politically Egyptian. She fused the traditions of both. Greek-style perfumes, often based on herbs and animal musks, were combined with classic Egyptian oils, lotus frankincense, cinnamon myrrh. The result? A scent not quite native, not quite foreign. Like her. It's possible she even had personal perfumers. Some temples had workshops specifically for blending sacred fragrances. Cleopatra, with access to both priestly secrets and foreign imports, could easily have commissioned unique blends. One scroll refers to Queen's Night, a concoction meant to calm and provoke, a paradox in a jar. And Cleopatra didn't limit fragrance to her grand entrances. She reportedly bathed in rose oil, anointed herself before every audience, and even wore perfumed jewelry, tiny lockets containing rare unguents warmed by body heat as she spoke. A literal aura of power. Then there's the famous meeting with Mark Antony at Tarsus. Cleopatra didn't just arrive on a perfumed ship. She staged a floating temple to Aphrodite. Draped in purple sails, gold-lined robes, and clouds of incense, she played the goddess of love meeting a mortal man. Antony didn't stand a chance. Some records say he first smelled her before he saw her. Others claim the scent made onlookers weep with longing. Overblown? Probably. Effective? Absolutely. The use of scent in seduction wasn't new, but Cleopatra elevated it to statecraft. She didn't just appeal to the senses. She manipulated them, layered them, embedded herself in memory by bypassing logic entirely. You might forget her words, but you'd never forget how the room smelled when she left. There's even evidence she experimented. One buried bottle labeled only as Delight of the Two Lands contained a blend of sweet myrrh pine resin and balsam. This wasn't traditional temple perfume. It was personal, a signature, and maybe a spell. Modern researchers once attempted to recreate one of Cleopatra's scents using residue from an ancient perfume factory near Alexandria. The result? Earthy, musky, spicy, heavy with resin and sweetness. It didn't smell pretty by modern standards, but it smelled powerful, dense, intoxicating. the kind of scent that fills a throne room and lingers after the queen is gone. There's even a theory that Cleopatra used certain fragrances to time her moods, calming oils in tense negotiations, stimulating blends in banquets. No one can prove it, but the idea persists. And when a queen understands aroma as performance, who's to say she didn't choreograph her scent as carefully as her speeches? One Roman poet, less politically motivated than others, simply wrote, "She moved like a breeze of summer honey, and then I couldn't breathe." We don't know what he smelled, but we do know it changed him. And so Cleopatra's perfumes weren't just adornments. They were narratives, weapons, introductions, farewells. Her ships carried more than ambassadors. They carried myths soaked into every fiber, carried on every wave. Because when your kingdom trembles, and your enemies outnumber your friends, and your throne depends not on brute strength, but on memory, it helps if you leave behind something unforgettable, even if it's just the scent of roses dissolving on the breeze. The breeze that once carried Cleopatra's fragrance now drifts inward into chambers where no breath stirs, no sandals echo, and the only audience is death itself. Here, beneath layers of stone and linen, another kind of beauty lingers, one not meant for lovers, but for eternity. Welcome to the cosmetics of the dead. In ancient Egypt, death was never an ending. It was a journey, a continuation, an ascension, a transformation. And to enter the afterlife, one had to look the part, not simply embalmed, but perfected, not merely preserved, but elevated. So the deceased were made beautiful, not just in body, but in face, in fragrance, and in memory. You can see it in the painting of tombs. Rows of stylized figures with flawless skin, kohl-lined eyes, rose-tinted cheeks, and serene smiles. These weren't just idealized portraits, they were expectations. The way you were shown was the way you hoped to exist forever. And the body itself, it was carefully, lovingly painted. After mummification, embalmers sometimes applied cosmetics directly to the skin. Lips darkened with red ochre, eyelids and brows restored with kohl, cheeks flushed with mineral-based rouge. This wasn't disguise. It was reanimation. The dead were meant to look like the best version of themselves, not as they were at the moment of death, but as they had been or wished to be when alive. One embalmer's manual even includes a section titled "To Recall the Likeness," which outlines which pigments to use for different skin types and ages. It reads like a beauty guide with divine consequences. And the tools often buried alongside the body. Mirrors, pigment pots, brushes carved from reeds or ivory. These weren't symbolic inclusions, they were functional. The dead, after all, would need to maintain appearances in the field of reeds. Eternity required upkeep. One woman's tomb in Thebes included a complete cosmetic set, 6 jars of pigments, a golden mirror, and a small inscribed box labeled "For the Day of Rising." Inside, 2 fresh sticks of kohl still wrapped in linen. Historians still debate how widely this was practiced. Was it limited to the elite, the young, the beautiful? Or did every soul, regardless of wealth, receive this final touch-up if their family could manage it? Some evidence suggests even modest burials included rudimentary cosmetics, perhaps a smudge of clay pigment or a stroke of soot along the lash line. Interestingly, the use of cosmetics in death wasn't just about appearance, it was protective. Kohl was believed to guard the eyes from demons. Red pigment on the lips could deter snake spirits or ill luck. Perfumed oils applied to the hands helped the soul grip its offerings in the afterlife. Beauty was function. Makeup was armor. And then there's the ritual of the opening of the mouth. In this essential funerary ceremony, the deceased's senses were symbolically reawakened: sight, speech, hearing, smell. Often this involved touching the eyes and lips with special tools and oils. But in some variations, pigments were applied instead: red to the mouth, black to the eyes, like reviving a statue with breath and then with blush. There's a haunting beauty to this, that your final face, the one you wear for eternity, is not chosen by fate, but painted by careful, loving hands. That somewhere in the dim corners of a tomb, a priest once crouched with a brush, whispering prayers as he traced pigment over cheekbones that would never flush again. And for women especially, this process could echo earlier life rituals. Brides, mothers, queens, each had been adorned for key moments. Now in death, the same hands perform the same rites one last time. There's a strange inscription in the tomb of a perfume maker's daughter. She knew the oils. She wore them to the gate of the West. May her scent be welcome. A quiet tribute to someone whose beauty lay not in gold or title, but in fragrance. Sometimes cosmetics were even used to disguise death. There are mummies whose faces have been painted to appear as if sleeping eyes, shaded mouths, gently curved skin, tinted with a living warmth. Not to trick the gods, but perhaps to reassure the living. Modern researchers examining these remains have found that certain pigments were applied after mummification, some even mixed with beeswax to create a flexible, lifelike texture. One queen's face had been gently reshaped with colored paste, sculpted to smooth the lines of illness or age or sorrow. And what of the unknown? In tombs, where names have faded and records are lost, sometimes the only clue to identity is the care taken in cosmetic detail. A perfectly shaped brow, a carefully lined lip, a hint of rose behind the ear. Even without inscriptions, the story whispers this person mattered. Someone wanted them remembered. You might wonder, did these practices work? Did the gods notice? No one can say for sure. But the Egyptians certainly believed they did. Their myths are full of transformations, of corpses restored to glory, of divine bodies remade with fragrance and paint. The god Osiris himself was embalmed, reassembled, and painted before returning to rule the underworld. And if even a god needed makeup to face eternity, well, so did everyone else. So the next time you swipe eyeliner or dab your lips with color, think of those silent rooms beneath the sand, of pigments stirred in quiet corners, of brushes moving with reverence, and of the hope that long after the last heartbeat, beauty still matters, even if only for the gods. Earlier, you traced the scent of roses and the touch of paint onto the faces of the dead. But now, let's drift beyond the Nile, where the perfumes, pigments, and powders of Egypt didn't just stay home. They traveled. They were exported. Or more accurately, they were flaunted. Because Egyptian beauty wasn't just admired, it was conquered. You're standing in a bustling port, Thebes maybe, or Memphis. Crates are being loaded onto ships, bundles of myrrh, tiny alabaster jars sealed with resin-rolled linen sachets soaked in lotus oil. But these aren't gifts. They're spoils. They're symbols. They're trophies. Because many of the ingredients that ended up on a noblewoman's skin or in a pharaoh's hair weren't native. They were imported from the edges of empire, sometimes bought, sometimes stolen. Take frankincense, for example. Essential in ritual, prized in perfume, nearly impossible to grow in Egypt. It came from what is now southern Arabia. Expeditions were sent south with orders to bring back only one thing sent: The land of Punt, a semi-mythical region said to be full of incense trees and strange animals, was visited for this reason alone. The Egyptians weren't interested in alliances. They wanted aroma. Some inscriptions show pharaohs personally receiving these exotic goods, including rare resins, scented woods, and pigments made from crushed gemstones. One carving even shows incense trees being dug up and transplanted, attempting to make Egypt bloom with the scent of elsewhere. Historians still debate whether the land of Punt was a real place or a poetic ideal, but its products undeniably real. Myrrh, cinnamon, balsam all turned into balms and oils for temple and tomb face and fingertip. And it wasn't just scents. Hair extensions, remember, were sometimes made with imported strands, curly Nubian locks, or straight strands from Levantine traders. The variety wasn't just about fashion, it was about domination. If your body was adorned with the textures and scents of foreign lands, it meant those lands were yours to wear. One queen's wig, found in her burial chamber, was constructed from 3 types of hair: local Nubian and possibly Greek. Intertwined, layered, lacquered into place. Her beauty wasn't just personal, it was political. The most powerful wear the world. Makeup pigments, too, carried similar meanings. Malachite, a green mineral ground for eye paint, was mined in Sinai, a region Egypt conquered and colonized. The more green on your lids, the more your face declared, "We took this." There's a merchant's ledger, badly faded, that lists ingredients with their place of origin. Red ochre from Libya, sweet root from Nubia, oil of cedar from Byblos. It reads less like inventory and more like a map of conquest. Even honey, used in face creams and body scrubs, came in varietals. Certain jars were labeled honey of the South Desert, honey of the Pharaoh's bees. Each with a different scent, a different texture, a different set of implied blessings. And of course, perfumes. Some of the most exclusive blends contained spices from as far as India: cardamom, turmeric, cinnamon bark. These ingredients arrived through long, risky trade routes, passed from hand to hand, empire to empire, before landing in the oil of a queen's bath. A global fragrance in a copper jar. It wasn't all smooth sailing. There were revolts, raids, shipments that vanished. But Egypt's hunger for foreign luxury never waned. In fact, it shaped policy. Entire campaigns were justified not with land in mind, but incense. To honor the gods, officials claimed. But the real motive was often more fragrant than spiritual. One temple archive details a war waged over bitumen, a sticky resin used in embalming and cosmetics. Not because they ran out, because another region claimed it was better. The Egyptians didn't take kindly to that. There's also evidence that some ingredients arrived as diplomatic bribes. A Nubian prince once sent a golden jar of perfumed oil to appease an angry pharaoh. It worked, sort of. The pharaoh kept the oil, then conquered the region anyway. Even the process of refining these goods became political. Workshops were often attached to temples. The priests not only handled worship, they blended perfumes, processed resins, and measured pigments. They were scientists of scent, and every formula a state secret. Foreign traders, seeing the allure of Egyptian beauty, sometimes tried to replicate it. There are Roman and Greek records of Egyptian-style cosmetics flooding markets, cheap knockoffs, some toxic, others simply disappointing. But the real deal, that stayed in temples or tombs. Still the myth spread. To paint one's eyes like an Egyptian became a mark of sophistication. Even in distant empires, women mimicked the style. And rulers, especially those who married into Egypt's royal family, bragged about access to its beauty secrets. Which raises a question: how much of Egypt's fame came from its wars and monuments, and how much from the way its queens smelled? You start to see the pattern. Beauty in ancient Egypt wasn't isolated. It was conquest, devotion, diplomacy, and identity, all smudged into eyeliner, steeped into oil, brushed into hair. To be beautiful was to be global, to wear other worlds, to speak through scent. So the next time you open a jar of imported cream or spritz a fragrance with some unpronounceable root in it, remember this: you're part of a much older story. A story of luxury empire and the belief that the world should be worn. You've followed beauty across oceans and empires, watched it worn by queens and warriors alike. But now step through a temple doorway, cool stone underfoot, incense thick in the air. Look closely. In the shadows of the sanctuary, someone is tending not to a person, but to a god. Because even statues in ancient Egypt got their hair brushed and faces oiled. Welcome to the hidden world of beauty priests. These weren't scribes or singers, or priests chanting prayers from scrolls. These were the caretakers of divine appearance, the ones who dressed cleansed, perfumed, and groomed the statues of gods as if they were living monarchs. Their job wasn't symbolic. It was deeply, precisely ritualistic. The gods had bodies after all, even if they were carved from sycamore or cast in bronze, and those bodies needed care. Each morning, before the temple doors opened to the public, a select group of priests would perform the awakening ritual. The statue was woken with incense, anointed with scented oils, given new clothing, and sometimes even had its wig adjusted or combed. This was not just maintenance, it was devotion. And every gesture had a script. One priest's manual outlines a sequence of 30 rituals, from raising the mirror of clarity to sealing the scent behind the ears. Each phrase sounds poetic, but also specific. It suggests a temple routine, as intimate as any royal beauty regimen. The tools used were equally impressive. Ivory combs, linen cloths soaked in rose oil, perfumed balms labeled with the names of specific deities. Even the act of dabbing oil onto a statue's cheeks was considered sacred contact. One wrong stroke, one blemish left untreated, could risk divine displeasure. Historians still argue over whether the gods were believed to actually inhabit these statues, or if the statues were vessels temporarily occupied during ritual. Some inscriptions suggest the gods were always present watching. Others hint at moments of descent, when the divine spirit entered the figure only during ceremony. Either way, the priests treated the figures like honored guests, or perhaps like royalty, eternal powerful, and never to be seen messy. And yes, there were consequences for sloppiness. One temple decree threatens punishment, not for heresy or theft, but for smearing balm unevenly across the brow of the god. Imagine losing your temple position, not for blasphemy, but for bad blending. There's a recorded name, Sedem-Nefret, who held the title Overseer of the Scent of the Holy One. His responsibilities: preparing the oils used to anoint the statue of Amun each dawn. His work was said to influence the god's mood for the entire day. A kind of divine aromatherapist. The gender of beauty priests varied too. While many were men, some temples employed women in these roles, especially when serving goddesses like Hathor Bastet or Isis. These women were not lowly attendants. They held titles like She Who Dresses the Lady of Dendera, and were considered part of the temple elite. One image from the temple at Edfu shows two women brushing out the long, curled wig of Hathor's statue. They're not rushing. They're not afraid. Their movements are serene, practiced. Around them, offerings pile up perfumes, lotus petals, woven fans. Everything needed to make the goddess comfortable. And this wasn't once a week. It was daily, sometimes more. The gods, it seems, were high maintenance. There's something deeply human in this. The idea that even the divine needs grooming. That being eternal doesn't exempt you from needing a comb or a little rose-scented oil. But it wasn't vanity, it was harmony. In Egyptian cosmology, keeping things clean, ordered, and beautiful was part of Maat, the sacred balance of the universe. A well-oiled god meant a well-oiled world. When statues were neglected, when altars fell, dusty things went wrong. Plagues, floods, bad harvests. So in a very real sense, beauty priests were cosmic caretakers. One scroll even describes the priest as the hand that restores Ra's reflection. Not just someone who polishes a bronze cheek, but someone who returns the sun to the sky. And sometimes, these duties extended beyond statues. Pharaohs believed themselves to be living gods, and during certain festivals, they were groomed with the same rituals, the same oils, the same prayers. It blurred the line between mortal and divine, between temple and throne. Some temples kept recipes so specific they were never shared. A balm, labeled for the hair of Sekhmet, only when angry suggests that even mood-based grooming was part of the job. What was in that balm? Frankincense, lotus. Something stronger. We may never know. Over time, as foreign powers overtook Egypt, some of these rituals faded. Temples closed. Statues were defaced. But traces of the beauty priests remain in writings and murals, in the tools buried deep in now silent sanctuaries. And in a way, they're still at work. Every time someone dusts a museum statue, polishes its face, adjusts the light, somewhere a very old script is being remembered. So next time you wipe a mirror, or line your eyes, or smooth lotion onto your cheek, think of the priest in the darkened temple, whispering a hymn as he lifts a jar of oil toward the stone face of a god. And think of the hands that made beauty sacred, not for attention, but for balance, for order, for the universe. Step softly now, from temples to palace chambers, where the mirrors gleam and cosmetics shimmer in moonlight. But wait, look closer, at the face in the glass. That's not a queen. Or is it? Because sometimes in ancient Egypt, men wore the face of the feminine. Welcome to the world of gender-bending beauty. In a society so often remembered for rigid power structures, pharaohs on high priests, in linen women in service, the reality of Egyptian gender expression was surprisingly fluid, especially when it came to cosmetics. Eye paint scented oils colored lips. These weren't strictly feminine tools. They were instruments of identity transformation and sometimes ambiguity. Start with the basics. Men routinely wore kohl, not just for eye protection or ceremonial dress, but for elegance. Tomb paintings show male nobles with elegantly arched brows and deep black lines extending past the outer eye. Soldiers wore it. Scribes wore it. Even laborers on feast days or before entering a temple might smudge a bit of pigment along the lid. The line between function and fashion was never fixed. But it didn't stop with kohl. Some men also used red ochre as lip color, especially those at court. The gesture wasn't effeminate, it was elite. To appear groomed, fragrant, and adorned was to reflect status, not gender. One official's tomb carving shows him adjusting his collar in a mirror while an attendant holds a pigment pot. The caption reads, He pleases the gods with his face. Then there were the perfumes. Many scent recipes were unisex, but a few were distinctly feminine, floral honeyed soft. And yet, some high-ranking men requested them anyway. A surviving shopping list from a temple storeroom includes oil of the maiden's smile requested for a male priest. Coincidence, preference, ritual alignment. Historians still debate, and the wigs they played by no one's rules. Men of certain ranks wore wigs just as elaborate as any ladies. Curled, tiered, occasionally even dusted with gold. A particularly famous statue shows a male official with delicately coiffed ringlets parted down the middle, a style more commonly associated with elite women. No one seemed to mind. Style wasn't fixed to sex. It was fixed to symbolism. One priest named Beck, who served at the Temple of Hathor, is depicted in several scenes wearing a goddess's wig and carrying a mirror. His title, Groomer of the Sacred One. Some believe his grooming rituals included cross-gender performance, embodying the goddess during her moments of ritual adornment. This wasn't mockery or disguise, it was reverence. In Egyptian spirituality, the gods embodied a spectrum of traits: strength, fertility, wisdom, beauty. To access those traits, a priest might embody them literally. Dressing or painting oneself in alignment with a deity's identity was a way to draw closer to the divine. Even pharaohs played with this concept. Hatshepsut, the famed female king, adopted male regalia to assert power, but also kept elements of traditional femininity. Her statues often depict her with a ceremonial beard and a soft face painted with full lips and almond-lined eyes. She didn't choose one role, she absorbed both. Centuries later, during the Amarna period, Akhenaten blurred boundaries further. His statues show a body with both broad shoulders and rounded hips. Some depictions verge on androgynous, with elongated necks, delicate hands, and full lips paired with royal headdresses and sculpted brows. And what did his followers wear? It's possible their court style echoed this ambiguity, mixing masculine and feminine adornment freely. One letter from a visiting diplomat mentions the Egyptian court as glorious and strange, where men move like painted spirits. It's hard to know if he meant that as praise or confusion. Cosmetic palettes of the time weren't labeled for men or for women. They were tools of transformation. And for many, transformation was part of life. Celebrations like the Festival of Drunkenness or the Feast of Bastet encouraged playful reversals, men dancing in women's wigs, faces painted swaying beneath perfumed garlands. Again, not satire, catharsis. Some scholars believe this fluidity was rooted in mythology. Many Egyptian gods could change form at will, male-female animal hybrid. Isis took on roles traditionally assigned to male deities. Adam, the creator god, was said to contain all genders within himself. To emulate the gods, humans might adopt these same fluid expressions. And beyond religion, there was politics. Appearing beautiful, even glamorously, so reinforced a man's elite status. One record notes a prince who enters the hall scented like the goddess and is welcomed by all. No one challenged his masculinity. They envied his perfume. Still, not everyone embraced this fluidity. Some later writings, especially under foreign rule, show discomfort with cosmetics on men, especially Greek and Roman observers who considered such adornment decadent or suspicious. But within Egypt itself, the practice endured, at least among those who remembered the old meanings. So the next time you see a statue lined in kohl and crowned in curls, ask yourself, who is it really? A man? A woman? A priest? A goddess? Maybe all. Maybe none. Maybe just a person, preparing to be divine. Because in ancient Egypt, beauty didn't define gender, it defied it. From godlike transformation to the shimmering blur between roles, now drift with me into quieter chambers, where the vanity is not for show, but survival, where beauty routines turn clinical. This is no palace, no temple, just a small room lined with clay jars. The scent here is gentle milk honey, a trace of salt. You've stepped into the ancient world of anti-aging. Yes, even 3,000 years ago, Egyptians were not content to let time win quietly. They didn't just want to die beautiful, they wanted to live that way too. And they left behind recipes to prove it. One of the most enduring combinations, milk and honey. Not just for Cleopatra's fabled baths, but for everyday application. Honey was known for its healing properties, antibacterial moisturizing, naturally sweet-smelling. Milk, especially sour goat's milk, was prized for its ability to soften skin. Mixed together, they became a kind of ancient exfoliant used to smooth wrinkles and restore youthful freshness, as one scroll charmingly puts it. But the regimens didn't stop there. Salt scrubs were commonly used to slough off dead skin, particularly sea salt blended with oil olive if you were common almond, or castor if you were wealthy. This was often followed by an application of myrrh or rose water to seal the skin. There's a record of one royal concubine receiving such a treatment every 5th day. Her title, She Who Shines Before the Court. And shine she did. Then there were clay masks. Fuller's earth, essentially ancient mud, was mixed with crushed rose petals or occasionally fruit pulp to cleanse and tighten the skin. These masks were left to dry, then gently washed off with linen soaked in warm lotus water. A papyrus fragment offers this advice: do not smile while the mask dries, or your face will crack like bad pottery. Skincare and sass both clearly ancient. Historians still argue how widespread these anti-aging practices were. Were they confined to the elite, or were there village versions made with simpler ingredients? One archaeologist found a commoner's house with a small basin mortar and residue of crushed fenugreek used to brighten skin and reduce inflammation. The implication: even those without gold mirrors cared how they looked in the morning light. Cosmetic recipes were often passed down as family secrets. Mothers teaching daughters, priests sharing scrolls, perfumers jotting notes on shards of pottery. Some were written in prose, others as poems. To renew the cheeks of age, grind the fig with honey and sage. Warm it, gently rest in shade, and see how youth has not yet fled. One ingredient frequently mentioned is fenugreek, a herb with a spicy, almost maple-like aroma. It was ground into paste, sometimes blended with palm oil to reduce swelling or puffiness around the eyes. A noblewoman's kit found in Thebes included a small wooden stick for applying it delicately beneath the lids. You can almost imagine her leaning into the mirror at dawn, murmuring, "Not today, old age." And then there's the strangest one, crocodile dung. Yes, it was used. Sometimes as a facial paste, sometimes mixed with natron salt and oils to tighten the skin. The logic unclear. Possibly antibacterial, possibly just an extreme belief in rare ingredients. One scholar described it as the ancient world's version of snail slime. Popular, a little gross, and surprisingly effective maybe. Another odd remedy involved crushed pearls, used by the very wealthy, usually blended with wine and applied to the face. Whether it worked is questionable, but it certainly sparkled. And let's not forget the psychological side. To take time each day between prayer and harvest, between war and weaving, to anoint one's face, scent one's hands, and smooth the lines of yesterday. That wasn't just skincare. That was ceremony. It was self-respect. It was the whisper, I am still here. This philosophy carried into old age. Elders weren't expected to vanish from beauty rituals. Quite the opposite. Wrinkles were honored, but still softened. Hair, when it thinned or grayed, was dyed with henna or rubbed with castor oil to maintain luster. To glow in one's sunset, one poem puts it, there's a touching letter from a grandson to his grandmother, found folded in a jar, alongside a tin of almond paste. The note reads, "For your hands, which held me, may they never dry." Even death, you'll recall, didn't stop the ritual. Anti-aging became eternal preservation. The creams used in life were echoed in the embalming mixtures of death. In a way, the afterlife became a kind of permanent spa. So when we talk of anti-aging in ancient Egypt, we're not speaking of vanity in a modern sense. We're talking about connection to youth, to memory, to identity, to the self before time took too much away. And maybe that's the most timeless beauty secret of all, not to erase the years, but to greet them face-cleansed skin, glowing oils ready. Because in Egypt, the body was not a prison. It was a temple. And even temples need a good face mask now and then. You've walked through the perfumed chambers of queens, traced eyeliner along a soldier's unblinking stare, and soaked your senses in the rituals of gods. But now, lean close to a crumbling shelf, deep in a tomb's storage annex. Here lie jars, without labels, scrolls without ends, powders without names, because not all beauty endures. This final chapter belongs to what was forgotten, or worse, stolen, the disappearing beauty recipes of ancient Egypt. It starts with silence, a gap in a scroll, a broken glyph. A phrase that once meant something like apply before dreams, now cut off by a cracked shard of pottery. The Egyptians, masters of permanence, still lost pieces to time. And among those fragments, hundreds, maybe thousands of recipes, perfumes, balms, powders, and oils. Names that once carried power, now only mystery. Take Kifi, for instance, once the most famous incense in the land. Over a dozen variations appear across temples, but no two agree. Was it wine-soaked raisins with frankincense and myrrh? Or was it cinnamon honey and blue lotus? Some say it took days to make, others say weeks. One formula even requires chanting specific verses while mixing as if words themselves were ingredients. And yet, no definitive version survives. Every recipe ends in a guess. Historians and chemists still argue over Kifi's exact composition. Some attempts to recreate it produce pleasant aromas. Others, let's be honest, smell like burnt raisins in a storm drain. But the mystery persists. The scent, whatever it was, is gone, and with it, part of Egypt's soul. Other recipes are known only by name. The oil of horizon's kiss, the unguent of 10,000 petals, the balm of the western star. Beautiful phrases carved into jars or mentioned in passing in tomb texts with no surviving directions. We know they existed, we just don't know what they were. And then there were the thefts. Beauty, after all, was valuable, especially when the civilization that created it began to fall. As Egypt came under foreign rule, from Assyrians to Persians to Greeks to Romans, its secrets were looted, borrowed, or claimed. Some temples were shut, others converted. Recipes once locked in priestly vaults were copied, altered, mistranslated. Roman perfumers, for example, often sold Egyptian oils that bore little resemblance to the originals. Cleopatra's legendary scent, if it was ever truly documented, is lost, likely diluted through centuries of imitation. Some blame early Christian authorities for destroying pagan scrolls. Others cite natural decay, ink fades, papyrus rots, floods rise. Whatever the cause, the loss is staggering. Egypt had one of the most advanced cosmetic cultures in the ancient world, and we're left with tantalizing pieces. There's a heartbreaking inventory list from a temple scribe during the Ptolemaic period. It notes which recipes are still intact and which are missing or misunderstood. The final entry reads, "The balm for quiet sleep used in the Festival of Lanterns is no longer remembered. The last pot was used for the priest's death." A ritual lost in a single line, but not all was lost passively. Some recipes were hidden deliberately encrypted. Certain symbols appear repeatedly in cosmetic texts, but defy translation. Were they metaphors? Measurements? Ingredient stand-ins meant only for insiders? One phrase, "the breath of the mirror," appears over and over. No one knows what it means. And then there are the thefts that feel more personal. Tomb raiders didn't just steal gold, they took perfume jars, cosmetic boxes, sometimes scraping the remaining unguents from their lids and selling them on black markets, or using them in crude rituals. Even today, archaeological digs occasionally find empty jars, contents long gone, but residue still clinging. Chemical analysis reveals incredible things, hints of saffron cinnamon calamus root, proof that something rare was once inside, something someone didn't want forgotten, but couldn't preserve. Yet the irony, some recipes survive in us. Modern beauty products still borrow from Egyptian formulas, rose oil, almond balm, honey masks. Even eyeliner or kajal has a lineage that leads directly back to Galena coal pots, buried beside queens. We may have lost the names, but the motions remain. And what of the recreated blends? Some perfumers, scholars, and history buffs continue trying. They boil wine, grind, myrrh, chant old hymns. They mix in hope. The results are mixed. But that's not the point. The point is memory, the effort, the attempt to catch a scent that once ruled an empire. Because maybe the Egyptians knew these recipes wouldn't last forever. Maybe that's why they embalmed their bodies, but left their balms ephemeral. Maybe the point was never permanence, but pursuit. That in reaching for beauty, we mirror the gods. That in forgetting, we create longing. That longing is a kind of perfume. So if you ever open a jar and catch something familiar, something floral or smoky or sweet, and feel like you've smelled it somewhere before, you have. In a dream, in a tomb, in a palace, in a name long whispered across desert wind. You're not royalty. You're not a priestess or a noble's daughter. You're the one who sweeps the floor and fetches the oil. But you still wake under the same Egyptian sky, in a home that smells of baked earth and crushed lotus, where gods might be watching, or maybe just your mistress. It's not dawn yet, but you're already awake. The air is cool, almost gentle before the desert heat decides to make a show of itself. You slip from the woven mat that serves as your bed feet, landing on packed earth that still remembers the stars. In this house, you don't get to decide when the day starts. The rhythms of the lady's life dictate your own, and she likes her linens fluffed and her morning scent pots warmed before the first ibis stirs outside. Your room is barely a room, more a nook just wide enough for you and your sister, who snores like a contented goat and won't wake for another hour. You step over her without a sound. There's a cracked pot outside the door that you use to splash your face. It smells faintly of yesterday's soap paste, some mix of natron and crushed herbs. cold water always. If you're lucky, you'll heat some for your lady later. You towel off with a scrap of cloth and rub your scalp briskly. That alone feels like a tiny act of rebellion. No one has time to comb your hair but you. The house is quiet, but not still. You've learned to hear its moods. The stone walls creak slightly in the cool air. Somewhere above, a cat prowls the roof beams. You walk barefoot past the columns that separate the private quarters from the servant spaces. Light is coming, but slowly, like a god reluctant to look at what's down here. In the storage room, you collect the baskets. One is for laundry, another for herbs. Another smaller, lined with goat hide, is for the jewelry. You'll polish that last. If your fingers slip and you drop an earring, it might roll into the cracks between the tiles, and then you'll have a full day of apologies and eye rolls ahead. Better to start with the quiet work. You're the first one up, but not the only one awake. Old Tehenu is already at the courtyard hearth, muttering over some leftover barley bread. She nods when she sees you, then immediately forgets you exist. She's been serving since the reign of the last pharaoh's cousin, or so she says. She's full of stories, most of them probably invented. In the eastern chamber, you place the first water jug near your mistress's stool. Not too close, it has to be reachable, but not in the way. Then you light the first oil lamp, not because she needs light, but because she hates waking up to shadows. You've seen her mood swing like a crocodile's tail, over nothing more than the wrong smell or silence. Back to the kitchen alcove, there's flatbread to check, and some leftover goat cheese to slice neatly. It's not your place to eat yet, but you do nibble a crumb, just enough to keep from fainting later. One time a girl fainted while brushing a noble's hair and took the whole silver comb with her to the ground. That girl is married now, far from the city. But people still tell that story, usually with a laugh and a warning. Your stomach rumbles, but you ignore it. Instead, you unwrap a linen bundle tucked in the crook of a beam, her morning ornaments. A tiny vial of lotus oil. A carved ivory amulet shaped like a lioness. A pair of hammered gold earrings that make her ears sore, but she wears them anyway because her sister gifted them during the New Year's feast and she can't afford the argument. You polish them slowly, watching your own sleepy reflection bend and warp in the metal. Outside, the sun finally begins its slow climb. Its light slides across the whitewashed courtyard walls, gilding the carved lintels above the doorways. You count the light creeping across the bricks like it's a ritual. 10 bricks of sunlight time to begin waking her. You pad quietly into the mistress's chamber. Her room smells like scented oil and dust. She lies curled on her side, dark hair spread like a fan across a pillow embroidered with tiny falcons. You don't wake her just yet. First, you gently slide open the shutters so a sliver of golden morning will find her face naturally. That way, when she does wake, it feels like the gods are kissing her forehead, not like a servant is standing nearby with goat cheese breath. And then you wait. The sun has only just arrived, and already the sand is trying to come inside. You'd think that sealing the doors and shuttering the windows would keep the desert where it belongs. But every morning, without fail, there's a fresh dusting of fine golden grit across the floor. Not enough to trip on, but enough to feel under your soles, and definitely enough for your mistress to complain about. Your job before she fully wakes is to chase that sand back outside. It starts with the water jug. You carry it carefully, 2 hands, 1 breath, and pour a thin, steady stream across the tiles. Not too much. Just enough to dampen the floor. without soaking it. This is how cleaning works in your world. You wet the dust to calm it, then sweep it away before it can crust or smear. Dry sweeping would only send the sand back into the air, making it someone else's problem. You use a broom made of bound palm fibers, stiff but forgiving. The head is worn smooth from months of practice. You've learned that you must move quickly, with long strokes that chase the grains toward the courtyard gutter. Each sweep is a soft shh sound, like the house whispering back to you. Shh, shh. Move the day forward. It's strange, really, how much sand finds its way inside. You think maybe the walls breathe it in at night. Maybe the gods leave it behind as footprints. Or maybe it's the wind sneaking in through gaps you can't even see. Some girls believe that homes attract sand in proportion to how much sin lives inside them. If that's true, this house must be a holy place. The floor only collects a polite coating. You pause when you reach the door to the mistress's bedroom again. You don't want to wake her yet, not until the air smells more like lemon balm than sleep. You sprinkle a few drops of scented oil into the second water jug and swish it gently. This is a trick you learned from an older servant, a trick she swore came from one of the palace priests. When the water is poured out, it leaves behind just enough fragrance to mask the sour smell of sleep. Your mistress likes to pretend she always smells like incense. You let her pretend. Now comes the hardest part, the sweeping of the threshold. It's a narrow space, only a handspan wide, but it holds the symbolic weight of the entire house. Sweep too hard, and it's disrespectful, like you're pushing good fortune out. Sweep too gently, and the dust lingers, and you'll be blamed for laziness. You whisper a small line to yourself as you sweep, let peace come and dust go. It's not from any scroll, just something your mother used to say. It makes your strokes softer, more rhythmic. The courtyard's a different story. There, the sand is part of the aesthetic. It's allowed to frame the stepping stones, allowed to linger near the lotus pots. Your sweeping is more about suggesting order than enforcing it. You tidy a space you know will never stay tidy, but that's what work is. Most of the time, convincing the world to behave, even if only for a little while. A few neighbors are already out yawning and stretching. A boy leads a donkey down the alley with a basket full of dates. He waves at you. He always waves, but you don't wave back. The mistress says it looks improper. Instead, you lower your head and sweep a little faster, as if the tiles suddenly became interesting. Inside again, you mop up the last bit of water and gather the rags for drying. These are old scraps of linen stained and stiff. You rub them across the floor, with your foot balancing like a heron as you go. It's almost like dancing, if dancing involved cracked heels and aching calves. By now the sun has filled the room, and the house is nearly awake. You hear your sister stirring in the servants' nook. You hear the first cough from the old man who tends the incense brazier. The cats yowl in the corner, annoyed that no one's fed them. The air smells sharper now, cleaner, maybe even cooler. Just as you set down the last water jug, you hear the sound of a yawn from the ladies' room. Not just any yawn either. The kind that means she'll want her morning tea, her comb, and probably a critique of how you folded her linen wrap. She won't be angry, not yet, but she might sigh, and a sigh can ruin a whole morning. You glance around at the now glistening floor. No sand in sight. For now, you've done your part. The day is waiting. There's a rhythm to breakfast in this house, but it's a rhythm you must conduct in silence. Before the lady fully wakes, you're already arranging the plates, adjusting the serving cloth, and checking the warmth of the bread. Everything must appear effortless, like it materialized from thin air. In truth, it's an ancient symphony of crumb smoke and mild panic. First, the flatbread. You retrieve it from the dome-shaped clay oven in the courtyard, where it has spent the last hour baking in the faint heat left from the previous night's fire. It's round, flat, and dry on the edges, exactly how she likes it. Too chewy, and she'll tear it with a frown. Too hard, and she'll feed it to the ibis that occasionally perches on the garden wall just to make a point. You place 3 pieces on a shallow reed tray. Then comes the cheese. Goat cheese, soft and crumbly, wrapped in cool banana leaves and dusted with a hint of coriander. You peel back the leaf carefully, using a bone-handled knife to slice a few neat squares. Your hands smell like the pasture now, like hay and hoof, and something that should have been washed twice. You wipe them on your apron and pretend that's good enough. And finally, the beer. Now don't picture frothy mugs or tavern laughter. This is breakfast beer, thick, gritty, and served lukewarm from a red pottery jug. It's made from fermented bread loaves steeped in water with a bit of date pulp. The smell is committed. You pour slowly, straining out the larger bits through a woven sieve. One time, a girl didn't strain it, and the mistress spat barley onto the floor, mid-sentence. It was a long day. The tray is complete bread cheese beer, but you don't serve it yet. First, you taste it. Just a pinch of cheese. One corner of a crust. A sip of beer, no bigger than a breath. Not because you're hungry, though you are, but because the mistress believes that only cursed food arrives untouched. She likes to imagine her servants bless her meals by testing them first. You imagine you're protecting her from poisoned goat cheese. Mostly, you're just making sure she doesn't yell. Once tested, the tray is balanced on your forearm and carried to her chamber. She's sitting up now, propped on cushions, combing her hair with lazy swipes. A cat sits on her lap like it belongs to her in a legal sense. She doesn't greet you. She simply gestures to the table. You set the tray down. Not too close, not too far. Her cup is placed slightly to the right because she's left-handed and hates reaching across the bread. She eats without looking at you. You stand near the doorway waiting. Sometimes she'll talk. Sometimes she won't. Today, she's quiet, focused on tearing a piece of bread and dipping it into the cheese. You let your gaze wander to the embroidered curtain, the painted jar with lotus patterns, the mirror leaning against the wall. All these things are part of your day, even if none of them belong to you. After a few bites, she sighs. Not the bad kind, just an ordinary sigh. Maybe the bread is good. Maybe she's thinking about her cousin's engagement. Maybe her cat has fleas again. You don't ask. She points at her cup. You refill it. Then she speaks. Tell the baker the last batch was too salty, she says. She doesn't look at you. And remind Mirette that the goat's milk should come before the sun rises, not after. You nod. Mirette will be annoyed, but it's your job to deliver the complaints like a river delivers water without judgment. You store the messages in your head alongside everything else, which oil she likes, which linen she prefers, on temple days, which necklace not to mention in front of her sister. Then she stands. You're suddenly holding the tray again. The cat bolts from her lap, offended by movement. She walks past you, humming a line from a festival song, crumbs on her fingertips. She doesn't thank you. You wouldn't know what to do if she did. You carry the tray back to the kitchen alcove. The leftovers are few, but you nibble what's left of the crust. You eat it slowly, not just because you're hungry, but because it's the only bite today that you don't have to explain gold glints, even in the dim morning light. And you're the one who has to make it gleam properly. The dressing of the mistress is not simply about linen and earrings. It's a ritual, an unspoken theater performance in which you are stagehand, wardrobe manager, and silent understudy all at once. And as always, you have exactly one shot to get it right. She stands now arms out like she's halfway to becoming a statue. You've already laid out the linen fine woven nearly sheer the color of fresh cream. It's been sun-bleached, softened with natron, and beaten smooth by hand. One fold draped across the shoulder, another across the waist. You fasten the belt-braided flax thread, tipped with bronze beads, just tight enough to hold everything in place without making her breathe like an old ox. She adjusts the drape slightly, then again. Then no back to the first way. You pretend not to notice. Once the fabric is deemed acceptable, you begin the jewelry. First, the earrings. Simple loops today beaten gold with a tiny inlaid garnet. Her lobes are already pierced, but the skin is tender, too many seasons of heavy adornment. You apply a dab of oil to the post, then gently guide it through, breathing a silent apology when she flinches. She clicks her tongue. You resist the urge to click back. Next comes the collar, a wide faience piece with rows of turquoise lapis and glazed ceramic beads. Heavy but beautiful. She leans forward as you clasp it, her hair brushing your knuckles. The collar smells faintly of musk and the wood drawer it sleeps in. You can't help admiring it. You'll never wear one yourself, but you know the way they shift, with every breath catch light, like river water, make even a stern woman look soft. Not that ring, she says, as you reach into the tray. The other one. You pause. Of course, the green jasper is for mourning days, and today is for guests. You swap it for a carnelian signet ring. Her family seal glints from the polished surface, a stylized vulture and reed symbol etched so carefully you once tried to copy it with a stick in the dust. She noticed. She laughed, then said, "You'd be a terrible scribe." You still think about that. Her sandals are last, leather dyed red. You crouch to strap them on, pulling the thong through the sole and knotting it around her ankle. Her foot twitches slightly as you tie it ticklish. You file that away in the quiet ledger of things you know about her. Once dressed, she steps back from you and glances toward the mirror. It's bronze propped against a painted stool, slightly warped. She stares, adjusts the drape, stares again. You wait. Finally, she nods. Barely. You allow yourself a breath. She exits the room with the quiet grace of someone who expects to be watched. You trail behind, not too close. She might decide to go out today to the temple or to visit her cousin. That means more preparation. You'll have to pack a shade cloth-scented wax and probably the amulet she insists protects her from street beggars. But for now, you watch her leave the room. The collar gleams. The earrings swing gently. The linen whispers against her calves. You did that. And no one will ever say your name for it. Whispers travel faster than camels, especially when they belong to women with too much perfume and too little privacy. While the mistress meets her cousin for incense and melon slices in the shaded courtyard of a minor temple. You're not just standing behind her like a statue you're absorbing. Every flick of an eyebrow, every subtle gasp, every strategic sip of diluted wine tells a story. And you, invisible as wind, hear them all. The temple isn't one of the grand ones. This isn't Karnak or Philae. It's modest, tucked between a papyrus grove and a row of shrines no one bothers to name anymore. But it has the one thing noble women love more than sacred texts, shade, and seclusion. The priestess arrives in gold-threaded linen, wearing a look that could salt a fig. Her sandals are dusty. She bows, but not too low. She brings with her a rumor. That much is clear from the way your mistress perks up, tilting her head like a cat, catching the scent of roasted bird. You step 2 paces back and kneel facing the fountain. It's decorative trickling, faintly with brackish water. You pretend to be admiring the carving of Sobek wrestling a fish. In truth, your ears are tuned to every syllable behind you. Banish, they say, but not for theft. A physician's daughter. Imagine that. Haircut was a punishment, shaved to the scalp. The queen's chambermaid fainted, and no one has seen her since. There's no beginning or end to gossip. It loops and evolves like an old story told over too many wine cups. You've heard this one before half of it anyway. Something about a lady in waiting who saw too much, or maybe said too little. A servant with eyes too wide, or a royal who bled at the wrong time and blamed the wrong slave. The details change, but the fear underneath stays the same. What you know can kill you. Your mistress laughs. That controlled little laugh that means she believes none of it, and all of it at once. She offers the priestess a slice of melon with 2 fingers, delicate, like the gesture is the important part, not the fruit. You shift your weight and glance up just enough to see the cousin arrive. She's late, overdressed, and clearly annoyed about both facts. She's also wearing the same necklace as your mistress. That will be a problem later. You file away the order of conversation. Who spoke first? Who interrupted? Who touched whose arm? It all matters. When your mistress returns to the house, she'll quiz you not directly, but in passing. Did you see how she flinched at the word scribe? Or she offered her honeyed beer. Why not me? Your answers will determine whether she storms to her husband or lets the matter rot in her vanity chest. Back in the present, the priestess lowers her voice. And if the scrolls go missing, they'll assume the servant, of course. They always do. Your fingers tighten on your knees. You've never touched a scroll. You wouldn't dare. But now you wonder how many servants have been blamed for thefts committed by the well-dressed and well-practiced AB buzzes past your ear. You stay still. The air smells like heat and rose water. Someone nearby fans themselves with a reed paddle, and you wonder briefly if it's the cousin or her handmaiden. It doesn't matter. The fan will be a symbol in tomorrow's retelling. She was so shocked she dropped her fan. She fanned herself like she was hiding something. You know how this works? Your mistress stands. That's your cue to rise. Gather the trailing folds of her robe and guide her past the steps without letting the hem drag. She doesn't look at you, but you can feel her tension. She's turning words into ammunition, crafting future silence into revenge. You, meanwhile, have memorized every detail. You'll share some of it with your sister tonight over cracked olives and bread crusts. The rest you'll keep. Quiet knowledge is a servant's most reliable inheritance. There's no plumbing, but there's plenty of pressure. Because in this house, cleanliness isn't just a virtue, it's a performance. You're the one who scrubs, who fetches, who warms the water from a clay jug set in the sun. You know how long it takes to heat enough liquid for a proper wash without a fire. You know that too much steam fogs the mirror, and that if the mistress's hands feel clammy, she'll blame the salt in the water before she questions the desert. Bath time isn't what foreigners imagine. There are no marble pools, no endless soaks. just ritual routine and more bowls than a festival feast. First, you prepare the floor-wide, flat stones near the window, swept and wetted just like this morning. Then the oils, one for cleansing a slick blend of castor and crushed myrrh, one for scent, lotus and cinnamon bark, and one secretly for luck, though no one says it aloud. That last one you dab on the inside of her wrists, and she never notices, or pretends not to. The mistress steps into the space, barefoot arms lifted like a statue being carved. You pour the first jug over her shoulders, slow, steady, not too cold, not too fast. She flinches slightly. She always does. You apologize silently with the next pour. There's no soap, not exactly. What you use is a kind of paste made from natron and fine sand mixed with dried mint. It smells like a clean tomb in the nicest way. You rub it over her skin with a linen cloth in long practice circles. Back, arms, neck. She speaks occasionally about nothing. Someone's new servant, someone else's necklace, a dream involving jackals. You nod when appropriate, even when your arms ache from holding the water jugs at shoulder height. You wonder sometimes if queens are allowed to wash themselves, or if they too have girls crouching beside them with bowls and cloths trying not to make it weird. Once the paste is rinsed, you dry her with a long cloth. You avoid the bruises, not because they're secret, but because she doesn't like them touched. She says they come from dancing. You've never seen her dance. Then her hair? Her hair is thick, coiled like palm fronds after rain, and always slightly tangled. You start at the ends, working with a comb carved from acacia wood. She once snapped at you when you pulled too hard, so now you hum softly while you work. It calms you, at least. Whether it calms her, you can't say. After the hair, the final rinse, rose water, and palm wine poured in a thin stream from a ladle. She tilts her head back and closes her eyes. For a moment, she almost looks peaceful. Then the spell breaks. You forgot the cloth, she says. No, you didn't, but you fetch another anyway. Clean and dry and warmed from the windowsill. Once wrapped, she walks to the mirror again, inspecting herself like a priest reading omens and bird guts. She frowns, then smooths her hair, then says nothing. That means it's fine. You clean up quickly. Pour the used water into a clay drain that leads nowhere. Mop the stones. Hang the cloths to dry. Replace the jugs. Stack the bowls. Wipe your own hands last. Then you go outside for a moment into the heat and splash what little clean water remains onto your own neck. It's hot. You don't care. You lean back against the wall, skin sticky and hair damp, and think this was just the bath. You still have the afternoon to survive. Some people bathe with water. Others bathe in scent and superstition. You're halfway through unpacking the polished wooden box when the smell hits you. Sharp, sweet, ancient. The mistress's perfumes aren't simply for pleasure, they're armor, and prayer, and silent threat. The right scent says she's in control. The wrong one implies she's weak. Today, she chooses the blue glass vial, lotus cardamom, and something smoky you've never been able to name. You uncork it slowly, holding your breath, because if you spill even a drop, that's a month's wages into the floor tiles, and those tiles don't pay you back. You dab 2 fingers onto a linen strip and apply the oil behind her ears at the pulse point on her neck, just above the hollow of her collarbone. Each touch is deliberate, ritualized. She doesn't thank you, but she doesn't flinch either, which is basically the same thing. And then comes the protection spell. Not one spoken aloud. Not in this house. She removes a tiny bundle from a hidden drawer beneath the mirror. palm wrapped, sealed with wax, tied with reed string. You've seen this charm before? Never touched it. It's old, possibly older than her marriage, possibly older than you. It contains, you suspect, either something sacred or something unpleasant. A bit of crocodile skin, a sliver of temple incense, maybe even a fingernail. That's the kind of thing rich women get away with. She slides it into the folds of her belt, just beneath the sash where no one will see. Then she looks at you. Another for the cat, she says. You blink. But she's serious. The cat gets a charm too. You prepare the little collar-braided linen with a tiny clay bead. It's not magical, probably. Just a token. But the cat stretches happily when you fasten it, as if it knows it's now protected from something invisible. You kind of wish you had one too. Next is the incense. You light the cone from the brazier and waft it in slow circles around her. She closes her eyes and murmurs something you can't quite hear. Maybe it's a prayer. Maybe it's just her to-do list. The smoke rises and curls through her hair like fingers. Even in the courtyard, the smell follows her. Passers-by might think she's a priestess or a noblewoman on her way to a sacred feast. But you know better. She's just trying to make sure the woman from the temple, her cousin, her rival, her friend can't tell. She's scared. Perfume is power in this city. The priests say the gods can smell purity, that they're drawn to those who anoint themselves properly. The scrolls say certain scents ward off evil spirits, the dead, even nosy relatives. You say nothing. But when she turns her back, you dab a little leftover oil onto your own wrist. Just a drop. Just enough to keep bad luck guessing. Ink doesn't care who carries it, but secrets do. Midday is at its peak, and the heat presses down like a judgment. The mistress hands you a folded reed slip, sealed, marked, and unmistakably important. She doesn't explain what it says. She never does. Just a flick of the fingers and a tilt of the head, and suddenly you're a messenger. And you hate being a messenger. Because messages, especially written ones, have a way of making people nervous. Not just the ones who read them, but the ones who see them being delivered. A servant with a scroll in hand walks a thinner line than most. Too fast, and you look urgent. Too slow, and you look sneaky. You aim for purposeful indifference. The note is written on a slice of papyrus, crisp and pale. You've seen the mistress write before careful loops and angular edges stylized to impress. You suspect this message isn't in her handwriting, though. It's likely dictated and maybe even disguised. You don't recognize the mark stamped into the wax seal. That's worse than if you had. You tuck it into the folds of your belt and head out into the alley behind the courtyard. The dust is thick, the sun nearly white. You squint step around a sleeping dog and ignore the hawker yelling about lentils from a nearby cart. The house you're headed to isn't far, but the path winds through a patch of streets where everyone watches everyone, especially servants, especially you. A boy carrying water nods at you. A weaver's daughter glances at the bulge in your belt. You feel every eye like a prick of a needle. You know better than to hide the message. It looks more honest if it's visible, and more dangerous if it's not. You arrive at the gate, a painted door with a chipped fresco of Hathor flanked by cattle. The kind of door that once belonged to someone richer. You knock softly. A housemaid opens it. She sees the reed. Her face doesn't move, but her hand tightens on the doorframe. You give her the message. She nods, then disappears without a word. That should be the end of it. But you've learned that messages travel in more than one direction. You wait under the awning for a moment longer than necessary, enough time to hear faint voices inside one angry one, tired. Enough time to smell a perfume too similar to your mistress's. Enough time to feel that maybe you weren't meant to hear any of this, but someone knew you would. You walk home more slowly. In your belt, the empty space where the message was feels heavier than the reed itself ever did. Your mistress is reclining when you return, combing her hair eyes distant. She doesn't ask if it was delivered. You don't offer. That's the rule. If the message was important, she'll know whether it arrived. If it wasn't, she'll pretend it never existed. But later, while folding her evening wrap, she says softly, "She had that cat again, didn't she?" You pause, cloth in hand. You nod. She smiles, almost pleased. You suddenly understand that the message was never about what it said, but about who saw you carrying it. And just like that, you're no longer just a servant. You're part of the message. The quiet ones see everything and say nothing. You share a corner of the servants' quarters with two other girls and an elderly woman who's nearly blind. Between the four of you, there are dozens of eyes, but only a few that truly notice. And in this world, noticing is risky business. You sweep, you pour, you fold, but your real job is observing. Slaves, real slaves, not servants like you, walk the halls without words. Some of them have forgotten how to speak. Others never dared to start. They glide silently from task to task like ghosts, still afraid of being caught. They're not owned by the mistress herself. Of course she borrows them, trades for them during feast season, uses them as symbols more than laborers, a way to show wealth without having to say it. There's one boy, not much older than you, with a scar under his ear and eyes like a trapped ibis. He scrubs the courtyard tiles every third day. You've never heard his voice. Not once. But you've watched him watch everything. He sees when the mistress hides letters under the second floorboard. He notices when she changes her perfume, only when the temple priest visits. He sees which side of the linen is used first, which sandal goes on with hesitation. And you know this, because you're watching him watch. Sometimes he glances at you, not like boys in the market do, not like the baker's apprentice who once threw a date at you and called it flirting. This boy looks at you like he knows you're both in a play neither of you agreed to perform in. You've seen slaves punished for far less than staring, for standing too long in the wrong corridor, for speaking the wrong blessing, for being too quiet while folding a sash that touched the hem of a queen. Your mistress is rarely cruel, but you've noticed she never looks slaves in the eye. Like if she did, she might see something she doesn't want to understand. And sometimes, only sometimes, she asks you to handle things. A necklace gone missing, a scuff on her sandal, a stain on her robe. She never accuses anyone outright. She just sighs, presses her fingers to her temple, and says something vague. Could you speak to the kitchen girl? Or the boy in the outer garden? What's his name again? She knows their names. Of course she does. But names are leverage. And forgetting them is an act of power. You try to speak gently. You try to warn, not scold. But the fear you see in their faces when you appear is sharper than any words you could say. They think you could speak for her, could whisper something dangerous into the wrong ear. That's power too, though you didn't ask for it. At night, when you lie on your mat, you think of the boy with the silent eyes. You wonder what he dreams about, if he dreams at all. One time, when you passed him by the laundry pool, you dropped a bit of fig cake where he could reach it. You didn't look back. The next morning, the floor in your nook was swept clean, and the cracked pot you used to wash your face had been replaced. No one mentioned it. You didn't need them to. When nobles feast, servants vanish. Into the kitchens, into the halls, into the steam, and the chaos, and the endless just one more thing. Today your feet barely touch the ground. A feast means motion uncoordinated, chaotic, but somehow with rhythm. 100 moving pieces, all pretending this will be easy. You know better. Banquets are battles, and you're on the front lines. The kitchen smells like ambition. There's garlic roasted goose fat, crushed dates honey, and the unmistakable metallic tang of panic. Slaves and servants scurry past each other, arms full of ladles, spices, jugs, and salted fish. You nearly trip over a boy carrying a pot the size of a hippo's head. No one apologizes. There's no time for that. You're not on cooking duty, thank the gods. You're on preparation, which means carrying, slicing, polishing, arranging. It also means keeping track of which food goes on, which table, and which dishes are never ever to be seen by the guest from across the Nile who has allergies. No one knows what that word means, but the last girl who served figs to him was reassigned to latrine duty in a warehouse near the docks. The mistress is wearing her celebratory collar, the heavy one, the one she pretends doesn't give her a rash. She's already ordered the papyrus table runners to be realigned 3 times, and now she's asking whether the goose liver looks untrustworthy. You don't know how to answer that. You nod thoughtfully and disappear into the hallway. In the back corridor, trays are being passed like prayers. You balance one with dried fruits and nuts, careful not to tilt it as you squeeze past an older man, muttering to himself about figs again. Someone shouts about the beer jugs. Someone else replies that the beer has not yet cooled. The tone is dangerous. Out in the courtyard, long reed mats are being spread, and lotus flowers float in shallow bowls that you spent all morning polishing. It looks beautiful, peaceful even. Inside, it's a different world. A goose is missing, literally missing. You hear a shout, a squawk, a rush of feathers, and then silence. No one brings it up again. You suspect it either escaped or was claimed by a cat bold enough to die full. You finally place the tray on the staging table near the inner hall. The mistress glides by with practiced grace. You can tell she's anxious because she doesn't speak to you at all, just scans the arrangements and tugs the hem of her robe with a nervous flick. Guests begin to arrive layered in perfume, powdered wigs, and veils that flutter like gossip. Their laughter is too loud, their sandals too clean. You disappear into the shadows along the edge of the room where the real servants always gather. Ready, watching, quiet. The feast begins. You refill cups. You replace cloths. You retrieve a tiny spoon no larger than your thumb because someone refuses to eat honey without one. You help a noblewoman stand after she's had too much date wine, pretending not to hear her slurred complaints about the flowers being too symmetrical. And the whole time, you track everything: who sits where, who clutches whose arm, who leaves the room, and why. Because afterward, the mistress will ask. And later, maybe days later, someone will whisper that a guest fainted, or fell ill, or fled in tears. And the cause, they'll say, might have been the wine, or the incense, or the wrong fish. But you'll know it was the letter the mistress had you deliver 2 mornings ago, the one she never asked about again. The feast ends with laughter, mostly polite. You carry the scraps back to the kitchen, where the cook is weeping over a broken ladle. You mop the floor beneath the wine stains. You scrub a goblet until your fingers prune. Then you slip a single sweet leftover and untouched into your sash for your sister. You'll eat it together in silence tonight, a victory small and sticky. Some women rule with words, others with sighs, and your mistress. Her sigh is a thunderstorm wrapped in silk. You've learned to read them like omens. A sharp sigh means impatience. A long, slow one means disappointment. A shallow sigh, barely more than a breath, is the one that ruins entire afternoons. Today's sigh comes just after the feast as she unfastens her collar and stares into the bronze mirror. You're removing her sandals, gently tugging at the ties when she exhales. Not a sound, just the breath. You freeze. "What's wrong with my hair?" she asks. Carefully, you glance up. "Nothing, mistress." She frowns. "Exactly. That's a trap. You know it. The worst kind, one set without malice. She doesn't want reassurance. She wants contrast. She wants to be compared to someone less radiant, someone whose hair didn't survive the heat and the oil smoke from the feast. She wants to hear that her cousin looked tired, that her eyes sparkled, that someone gasped at her necklace. You begin assembling these phrases in your mind like a bead string carefully. She outshone everyone you offer softly. Even the priestess looked plain beside you. She doesn't respond, just removes her bracelet and places it too hard onto the table. Another sigh. You set down her sandals and reach for the linen wrap, unsure if you're meant to prepare her for bed or for more pacing. Her cat watches from the corner, tail flicking. It knows the air is heavy. "I shouldn't have worn the red," she says. "It made me look loud." You think about the way people paused when she entered, the way one guest trailed her with his eyes for a full 5 heartbeats. You think about the girl who spilled honey on herself when trying to imitate her sitting posture. You choose your next words like stepping stones in a flood. It reminded them who you are. This time, the sigh softens. That's better. The mood of the house depends on these moments. If the mistress retires in peace, the rest of you eat well, sleep soundly. If she tosses on her cushions, muttering about imagined insults and crooked eyeliner, the night stretches thin and brittle for everyone. You begin combing her hair, carefully, slowly, with the wide-toothed comb that doesn't pull. She closes her eyes. "I wish I'd said something clever," she whispers. "To my cousin." When she brought up the shrine fund, you hum gently as though considering this, but you both know she already said the most clever thing. Silence held just long enough to make her cousin fill it with something foolish. Her mood stabilizes with each stroke of the comb. You guide the rhythm 3 down, the left 3 down, the right 2 through the back. Each pass is a little prayer for quiet. She begins to nod off. Her chin dips once, twice, and just as you're certain she's fully gone, she murmurs, "Did you see the way he looked at me?" "There's no need to ask who." You murmur, "Yes." Another breath. This one not quite a sigh. You finish combing and place the tool silently on the linen square beside the brazier. She lies back, curls into herself like a question left unanswered, and finally sleeps. Outside, the household relaxes. You feel it like a held breath finally released. You tiptoe out, brushing your palm, once along the edge of the doorframe for luck. Not for her. For yourself. Because the moods of noble women may rise and fall like the Nile, but you're the reed boat, drifting between their sighs, trying not to sink. Some things you're not supposed to see. But you do anyway. It happens quickly. A lifted curtain. A tilted mirror. A door left half open because someone assumed you weren't paying attention. These are the moments when the veil slips and you glimpse what lies beneath it. Tonight it's a letter. You're refolding linens in the mistress's chamber when she steps away to speak with her husband in the hall. You're not meant to look. You're definitely not meant to read. But it's open, lying on the low table ink, still fresh. You can smell it, an expensive blend of charcoal and crushed berries, not the garden ink the scribes use. The papyrus is thick-folded, twice weighted with the ring she wore at the feast. The one with the carnelian seal. You pause, cloth in hand. Just one glance. You don't read every word. You don't need to. Names leap out. A temple. A request. A payment in kind. A favor owed. A woman's name you don't recognize, and then your mistress's name written too close to hers. The door creaks. You flinch. It's only the cat. Still, you fold the linen faster, breath shallow. Your hands are damp. The air feels suddenly smaller. Later you think, why leave it out? Was it a mistake or an invitation? Because your mistress isn't careless. She places things precisely. Jewelry trays angled toward the sun. Perfume. Vials and scent. Order letters sealed and hidden like temple relics. But this one left on the table beside the folding cloths, it was meant to be seen. Maybe she wants you to worry. Maybe she wants you to know she's involved in something larger than you. Or maybe she trusts you. That thought makes your stomach twist more than any secret. You've seen other things too. Bruises beneath veils. A coin pressed silently into a rival's servant's hand. A whisper exchanged between her and the priest. Not in prayer, but in strategy. You remember once, spotting her reflection in the mirror, eyes hard as obsidian lips, moving with words she'd never say aloud. You weren't supposed to see that either. And yet here you are, folding, sweeping, remembering. It's dangerous what you know, but it's also power. Because in this house, information travels in silence. A look held half a second too long. A breath paused after a name. A servant hesitating before answering. You begin to think maybe all servants are spies, not by choice but by exposure. You don't tell your sister what you saw. Not this time. Some things are too sharp to pass between whispers over bread crusts. Instead, you tuck the memory beside all the others, like the time you saw your mistress weep. Not wail, not mourn, just weep. Quietly with her back turned, holding a sandal that no longer fit. Or the time she laughed too hard when a guest insulted the queen, then spent the night tearing up a linen sheet and pretending it was for the cat's bedding. She is more than silk and coal. She is messier, more dangerous, possibly kinder. You aren't sure. You just fold the last linen, stack it neatly, and leave the room with the letter untouched on the outside at least. But inside, it's already copied into your memory, word for word. Night doesn't fall. It sighs, stretches, and settles in with a flicker of flame and the hush of lullabies. In the late hours, the house exhales. The rush of couriers, the clatter of feast trays, the murmurs behind doors, all of it softens into silence. This is your favorite part of the day, though you'd never admit it aloud. You light the lamps, one by one. Small clay bowls, each holding oil, thick as honey, and a wick twisted from palm fiber. The trick is not just lighting them, but knowing which ones to light. Too many, and it's wasteful. Too few, and the mistress says the house feels ominous. You carry the taper like it's a secret. Each lamp you touch with flame becomes a tiny sun. Their light isn't strong. It flickers and sways with every breeze, but it's enough to see the floor, the cat, the edges of the mistress's thoughts. In the hall near her chamber, The musicians are setting up. Nothing grand, just two reed flutes and a drum soft enough not to wake the older relatives. The evening songs begin with a tune that sounds like water over pebbles. No lyrics yet, just mood. The mistress hums along while you braid her hair for sleep. Her fingers tap against her ankle with the beat. She's calmer now. Something in the music smooths her sharp corners. You hum too barely audible. When she doesn't hush you, you keep going. Even the cats get sleepy in this hour. One curls near your feet, the other near the hearth. The room smells like sandalwood and whatever sweet ash was sprinkled into the coals. It's the kind of scent that makes your eyes feel heavier than your shoulders. Your sister appears to collect one of the empty trays. She gives you a look, the kind that says, "Almost done." You nod. Not quite yet. The lullaby begins in full. The lyrics are older than the house, older than the temple down the road, maybe older than the Nile itself. Something about lotus blossoms and stars that listen. You've never learned all the words. You don't need to. The mistress lies down on her side facing the wall. You pull a fine linen coverlet over her. She doesn't speak, but she's not asleep yet. You know the difference. Her breath is too conscious. Her hand flexes once, then settles. You retreat without a sound. In the servants' corner, the songs are different, shorter, funnier. One girl sings a tune about a crocodile with a cold. Another joins in with claps. The older woman hums her version of a lullaby that you're pretty sure is actually a recipe. You don't sing tonight, you just listen. The lamps you lit cast long shadows, like gods lounging in the corners of the room. Outside, you can hear insects, their rhythm slower than the morning noise, more deliberate. You lie back on your mat and stretch your arms above your head. The stone beneath you has cooled. A relief. Somewhere in the courtyard, the cat coughs delicately and returns to purring. The house is wrapped in sound low kind and older than fear. You close your eyes to it, and for a moment you are neither servant nor spy nor shadow, just a girl, one who knows the songs, one who lit the lamps, one who saw too much and survived the day anyway. There's a rumor that won't die, one that curls under doors and slips between mats. One no one admits to believing, yet everyone avoids testing. Servants whisper it only in the dark. Be careful, near the tombs. If your mistress dies, they might seal you in with her. You heard it first from an older girl, the one with the missing tooth and the bad knee. She said it like a joke, but her eyes didn't laugh. You laughed nervously. Then checked later if there was a lock on the tomb doors. There was. Your mistress isn't old. She's not even sick. But nobles don't need an excuse to die. A fever, a fall, a curse disguised as perfume. And if that happens, if she breathes her last, before you get a chance to pack your sandals, they say you could be chosen. Not out of love, out of tradition. A loyal servant, a companion to eternity, buried with the body, alive. You try not to think about it, but sometimes you can't help it. Like now. It's late. The house is asleep or pretending to be. You lie on your mat, staring at the ceiling, tracing the cracks between the mud bricks like a map out of your own thoughts. But there it is, again whispered in your mind, the same story reshaped a dozen ways. A girl buried with her mistress, clutching a jar of honey. A boy entombed upright, still holding the fan. A handprint on the inside of a painted coffin. You know it's not common. You know it's not likely. But you also know you've seen the way the mistress looks at you, sometimes, not with fondness, but with convenience. like she's already picturing how she'll be remembered and what kind of loyalty she might want carved beside her name. Some days, she even says it. "You're the only one who does things properly," she mutters. Or, "When I die, I hope they give me someone like you in the afterlife," she laughs. You don't. You've seen the funerary jars in her room, the amulets, the wrapped idols, the little wooden figures meant to serve the dead in eternity. But what if those aren't enough? What if she wants something real? You once asked the priest, quietly, politely, if that was still done. He smiled too quickly. "Of course not," he said. "That's old practice. Outdated." Then he added, "But some families cling to old ways. For tradition. You didn't sleep well that night. You start packing small things in secret. A spare piece of bread wrapped in cloth. A sharpened stick. Not for escape, just in case. In case they close the door. In case no one says your name when the seal goes on. In case the cat watches but doesn't follow. You don't tell your sister. She sleeps too soundly. You envy her. One night, while polishing a jar, you find a figurine carved to look like. Well, it looks like you. Roughly, but unmistakably. The same braid. The same scar near your lip. It's placed next to the mistress's funerary statue. She never mentions it. You never ask. But the next morning, when you find her in the garden, staring at the sky, she says softly, "Don't worry. I'll make sure you're remembered." You smile, but your fingers curl into fists behind your robe. Because in this house, being remembered might mean never leaving. The past doesn't always leave behind scrolls. Sometimes it settles into the curve of a clay shard, waiting for someone curious or bored or desperate for something lost. You don't know how you'll be remembered, if you'll be remembered. But you think about it more often now. Not out of vanity, but because you've started to understand how thin the line is between existing and disappearing. Your name isn't written in any ledger. You've never posed for a carving. No statue bears your face. But you wrote something once. Not a full sentence. Just a mark. A habit you picked up from watching scribes the way they tap the reed on the papyrus before beginning like a breath held at the edge of speech. You did the same on a broken pot rim once discarded behind the storeroom. You scratched a single line, then a curl, then something like a symbol. Your symbol. You didn't plan to keep it. But the shard had a good weight. It stayed in your sash for weeks. One day, your mistress noticed it. She was angry about something ink spilled on a scroll, or perhaps a rumor that reached the wrong ear. She saw the shard in your hand, asked what it was. "Trash," you said quickly. She took it, examined it, then tossed it into the courtyard pile without a word. But someone found it. Years later. Centuries. An archaeologist, fingers dusty, reading your mark like it meant something. They couldn't say who you were, just that the shard came from a servant quarter, that the lines might be personal, that it wasn't part of a recorded language, but that it looked deliberate. They called it unusual, possibly ritual, a whisper from someone who lived in the spaces history forgets. You don't know that, of course. You're long gone by then, maybe buried with someone, maybe not. Maybe you escaped, grew old, grew quiet. Maybe your sister told stories about you long after your name faded from use. But your mark stayed. They placed it in a museum, behind glass, labeled it Servant Girl Inscription Origin Unknown. People pass by. They stare. They guess. They'll never know your face, your voice, the way your hands smelled like goat cheese and lotus oil, the way you memorized conversations. The way you stepped over sleeping cats and never spilled the beer. But for a second, a shard of you looks back at them. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough. And now, the lamps grow dim. The sounds of the house fade to a hush, like sand settling in a jar. The cats sleep, the sandals rest by the door, and the air no longer carries the scent of urgency or perfume, just cool stone and something older. You've walked the day with her. You've seen what she sees, felt the ache behind the silks and sighs, and heard the stories no scroll ever bothered to capture. Not the official tales, but the breath between them. The dust swept too early. The glance held too long. The shard no one meant to keep. If you're still awake, feel the weight of your own story. Quiet, small, maybe even overlooked, but real. Because behind every feast, every golden collar, every painted tomb wall, there was someone like you, moving softly, watching, remembering. Maybe tomorrow, you'll forget this girl's name. That's all right. She was used to it, but her steps walked through your thoughts tonight. And maybe that means she's not lost. So if you'd like to return to stories like this, you can always subscribe quietly, of course. But before you drift off, tell me, where are you? What time is it? And who's your favorite, forgotten historical figure?